Chapter 10 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boundaries of Love and Their Relations to the Senses 1. A country cannot be surveyed without tracing exactly its boundaries, without following them in their capricious and serpentine lines, without marking the point where its individuality ends and the influence of the neighboring country begins to be felt. You may have trampled every clod, wandered through every path, scented the soil of every field, and drunk the water of every spring and every stream, but if you have not sketched the confines of a country, you know less than half its history. Everything is important for what it is and what adjoins it. Not one, then, in this world can impugnably be near to another, and all things act and react reciprocally. So it is with love, which has frontiers as vast as the human world, as indented as the coast of Dalmatia or of Norway, capricious, irregular, changeable. It is a land which projects into all adjacent countries, and with it sense, sentiment, and thought come into close and complicated contact. Every sense, every passion, every force of the mind is an instrument of love, but this in turn bends in 1,000 different ways to senses, passions, and thoughts. It is a continual interlacing of factors and instruments, of causes and effects, and while this gigantic power warms and agitates the inmost fibers of the human organism, it radiates its penetrating light to the furthermost confines of the world. Love, which by the supreme right of existence requires the contact of two different natures, which is but the kiss of two creatures who blend for an instant and fuse together the germs of their power, must have most varied, numberless relations to the sense of touch. It could even be said, without departing from strict scientific truth, that physical love is a sublime form of contact and touch. In inferior animal forms, as well as in human natures of a low and bestial type, love is nothing but touch and contact. But ascending to the high spheres of the animal world and of the human microcosm, the other senses also add their flowers to the garland of love, with the exception of taste, which takes no part in the pleasures of love, except in peculiar cases, which can, without any scruple, be entrusted to the clinic of pathological psychology. Of the other four senses, touch has the greatest part in love, hearing the smallest, sight and smell range between the two former in very different degrees. The senses, however, differ more in the nature of the joys and sorrows with which they take part in the greatest of human passions than in the various quantities of elements which they yield to love. Touch conquers and twinges with delight, sight reveals and charms, hearing impassions and conquers, smell cherishes and inebriates. We can easily have a comparative idea of the various parts which the four senses take in love by comparing these four moments: to see the beloved woman and gaze at her for a long time, to embrace her passionately, to hear her voice without seeing her, to inhale voluptuously the aroma with which she is wont to scent her robe. 1,000, 100,000, a million notes would be insufficient to express all the harmonies and melodies of amorous contact, and as the most voluminous dictionary in the world would decline to enter upon such an undertaking, the pen of the writer would slip into the field where science becomes lasciviousness. I regret at times that one of the greatest poets did not sing the sublime voluptuousness of love with such loftiness of style as to leave his pen uncontaminated. Perhaps man would like to know also the limits of the genius of lust, to mark the confines, too, of this human possibility. But I find some consolation for this sublime ignorance of ours, for this glorious lacuna left by modesty in the field of human knowledge, in thinking that where poetry kept silent and science inactive, where an intimate contact of two kisses creates a new existence, an unknown current transmits to the new man, together with the sparks of life, all the treasures of past voluptuousness, and the son of Adam, with a second kiss, will transmit the innate science of love, pour all the nectar of the chalice of voluptuousness into the lips of the daughter of Eve, sublime science, which was never written on papyrus nor sculptured in marble or bronze, but is transmitted in the flash of a kiss through thousands of generations that loved, love, and will love. From the purest caress on a mass of hair to the greatest hurricane of voluptuousness, touch always keeps the character molded for it by its anatomy. Touch in love is always made over sensitive by voluptuousness, always deeply sensual, is always a positive, definite, uncontrasted, and uncontrastable possession. Woman may delude herself into believing that she is unblemished by man's contact when his hand has but touched the hem of her garments or the leather of her shoes. But when skin has touched skin, when a finger has touched a finger, something is already lost of that waxy varnish which nature spreads upon the virginal fruit, still preserving the perfume of the tree that nourished it. A hand that clasps a hand means in love two fires that blend in one. A mass of hair that touches a mass of hair means two streams of voluptuousness rushing into the bed of one river. 2 feet that come into contact are always 2 sparks that fly. A molecule of a man who loves can never touch impunely a molecule of the woman who returns his love, and although the contact may be more rapid than lightning, every molecule that returns to the spheres of its own individuality carries away something that does not belong to it, and leaves with the other something of itself. Touch soft iron with the lodestone, and you will see it magnetized. Touch a molecule of a man with that of a woman, and the 2 molecules will not be what they were before. Touch is always the act of possession, and 1,000 contacts can gradually steal so much that we may find ourselves carried into the sphere of the woman we love, while she has entirely passed into our sphere. Not in vain the modest woman trembles and rebels at every innocent contact. Every sensation of touch in love means a boundary that is eliminated between 2 properties. It means the loss of a property. It is not hypocrisy alone that makes modesty more exacting in higher races. In exquisitely elevated natures a contact is more dangerous because it radiates rapidly into the field of voluptuousness, into that of the other senses, and that of sentiment. Vulgar natures begin where refined natures end, and while 2 elevated natures live long together, held back by the barrier of a handshake, the bold and uncouth rustic throws a kiss to the girl and embraces her at the first declaration of love. It is typical of this most powerful passion to perform 100 miracles a day, and thus arrest voluptuousness at the last boundary of kissing. But adroitness and fortune are necessary to make it possible to stop there for a long time. From hand-clasping to the kiss, the path may be very long and even endless, but beyond a kiss given and returned, every definite boundary has vanished, and everything is possible. Even in touch, love has but 2 principal stations before the goal is reached: hand-clasping and kiss. Whoever believes she has remained a virgin after a kiss given and returned is a hypocrite, like him who believes that the studied reticence of lust may still leave something to conquer. O women who have the dangerous fortune to be beautiful and to be desired, do not let your adorers go beyond hand-clasping. You may in rare cases arrive at the kiss that you may receive, but remember that a kiss returned is a tremendous bond which you should never sign, never, of course, unless you intend to change your name. Sight is the first messenger of love, and in elect natures it is so prodigal of joy to lovers as to excel in extensity, if not in intensity, even the insuperable heights of voluptuousness. Sight possesses everything save the delirium of possession, and rapid and penetrating as it is, it sounds at a stroke the abysses of infinite beauty, over which is suspended, as in a halo, the object of our love. What one contemplates with the eyes of love from head to foot always ends in 2 infinities, into which desire hurls itself with frenzied audacity and insatiable curiosity. Sight is made to accompany us in that delicious excursion, and as it can tarry long and suavely at a dimple of the cheek, at the little vortex of a curl, or at the opalescence of a nail, it can also compel us to pass and repass with vertiginous speed 1,000 times in a minute through the divine lines that enclose our treasure. The eyes of love have all the virtue of the telescope and the microscope, and while not a single curve of the 1,000 labyrinths through which the mobile feminine beauty seems to flutter and flicker can escape them, they also attain the most sublime summits of ideal beauty. When the eye admires and conquers, it invites to the picture which it draws from nature all senses, all passions, all thought, all psychical energies of man. No other sense possesses this gigantic faculty of elevating us to the highest regions of the ideal, compelling the minor senses, the animal instincts, and the lower passions to contemplate its panoramas. The eye is the first minister of the mind, and while it refines desire and frees passion from the coarsest lasciviousness, it elevates the man and woman who love to the highest spheres of human possibility. Touch likes to remove the veils that cover the beautiful. Sight need not divest the object it contemplates. Its light illumines every shade, penetrates through opaque bodies, and makes them transparent, threads its way through the most intricate folds, and while it sees, it also surmises, inspects, divines, analyzes, measures, compares, and controls with incredible agility all the elements of the aesthetic world. The eye, which rests the rays of its light on a loving eye, illumines it, is illumined in turn, and shows to us the phenomenon of two brilliant stars exchanging their lights and rendering themselves more beautiful. If one does not lower the chaste eyelids, it may so happen that the fire will spread from the high spheres of the aesthetic ideal down to the vile and brutish instincts. This, in fact, happens in all men of a base type. Every emotion of love is rapidly transferred to the regions of touch. In elect natures, on the contrary, sight has ever some beauty to discover, a region to explore, a world to conquer. The richest man in the world can always count the dollars and the stocks he possesses. The most powerful king can always know the extent in square miles of his dominions. But he who loves a beautiful creature dies without having seen, contemplated, or admired all. In the last day of his life there is always some unknown land which the eye has not yet discovered or sufficiently explored, and this is just the intimate difference which distinguishes touch from sight. While the former has well-determined boundaries and a definite task, the latter widens the limits of its dominions to include a number infinitely greater in aesthetic combinations. In a flash of the eye you have seen a beautiful being, and immediately said, "Oh, the angelic creature!" A chaos of sensations, a world of beautiful things, have surprised, enraptured, enamoured you. But how many days, how many months, how many years will be required for your eyes to roam through the thousand paths of that garden, to study every flower, every petal of each flower? What intensity of voluptuous analysis, how many poems of delight, in order to say again, 5 or 10 years after, "Oh, the angelic creature!" Nature was very generous in distributing attractions in the bodies of man and woman, and the short, sad day of our life always vanishes before we have been enabled to see all the forms of human beauty. But to the aesthetic treasures of nature man succeeded in adding those of art, and with 1,000 artifices of garment and ornaments we have added to our forms such and so many beauties that it is easier to imagine than to enumerate them. Perhaps I will some day attempt to write a physiology of beauty, in which, if I do, I intend to point out the general laws which govern the aesthetic world. Here I must only describe the confines where love and beauty meet and in turn kiss and fecundate each other. When the eye has love for a companion, it finds a new world to contemplate in the cerulean star thistle, which our sweetheart interweaves for the first time in her golden hair, or in the crimson geranium, which gives a magnificent relief to her raven locks. A naughty little muslin apron may become a new continent, and a glove, which too cruelly and too tightly squeezes a rosy little hand, may enclose in the nest of its little buttons of mother of pearl so many new beauties as to stir our senses, or infuse an unknown voluptuousness into us. The man who loves a beautiful woman laughs compassionately at the polygamist pasha who needs 100 women to find the 100 beauties of the human Venus. And the beautiful woman, in the arsenal of her garments, in the variety of her smiles, in the 1,000 undulations of her flexuous body, evokes before the eyes of her lover not 100 but 1,000 women, all beautiful with a different beauty. Sight is the only sense which in love proceeds to effect moral and intellectual discoveries in the person beloved, and we not only contemplate, to admire, and to enjoy, but also to discover, by the flash of the eye and the throbbing of the facial muscles, how many affections, how many thoughts we can find in the one whom we intend to make ours forever. However, beauty is such a powerful tyrant in love that it forces us under its yoke and usurps the rights of the highest needs. A beautiful woman who is desired seldom seems to us frivolous and heartless, and the fascination of beauty may impel us to pardon every crime, to accept the most shameful compromises with our conscience, and may cause in us the most ridiculous and farcical hallucinations. However, this fault is not of the eyes that see, but of the senses that desire too ardently, and above all of nature, which has such a loving care of the forms in which germs are moulded into living bodies. Nature defends and protects the beautiful above everything else, perhaps because it is the crucible in which the good and the true are melted together. If I wish to indicate by an ideographic sign all the varied and essential parts which the sense of sight assumes in love. I would use the figure of a winged messenger, a sort of Mercury, with the left hand leading voluptuousness on the earth, and with the right directing our gaze toward the highest regions of the ideal, where in holiest and most tender company live the good and the beautiful, the true and the sublime, where are preserved all the variform archetypes of sublimity. End of chapter 10:1. Chapter 10 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boundaries of love and their relations to the senses. 2. Hearing has a small but interesting part in the story of love, if we set aside the prominent part it has as an instrument of thought. We are not to discuss here music or the value of ideas communicated through words, but the purely sensual influence of the ear in amorous phenomena. Hearing yields some pleasures, almost tactile, and always very sensual, such as are brought to us by some sounds which may be termed lascivious, the swish of a silk gown, the warbling of some birds, the murmur of certain waves, etc. But beyond these rare exceptions, hearing has a tender, affectionate part. We would say that it stirs affections, predisposing them to vibrate with the sweetest, most impassioned notes. Man and woman have each a peculiar voice, and the sexual character of the feminine voice affects man, while the virile timbre of his voice causes woman's heart to throb with the most deeply sexual desires. There are some feminine voices that cannot be heard with impunity, so suavely do their notes penetrate into the greatest depths of the heart, which throbs with excitement and emotion. The voice of some women resembles a caress by the wing of a swan, and while it delights us, it perturbs and confuses us, affects us deeply and lastingly. Men and women, through the notes of their voices, chastely reveal their sex, and the heart palpitates violently as that of a girl bathing, who, before trusting her little foot to the wave, looks around as though frightened by the rustle of the leaves. The sound of the voice, beyond the idea it represents, cannot say, "I am beautiful, I am intelligent," but it can say alone many other sweet things. I am a woman. I am very much of a woman. I desire much. I am languishing with love. I am alone. I want you at once. I await you ardently, etc. The seduction of the voice has some of the characteristics attributed to ancient sorcery. It surprises, fascinates, and conquers us, and we are unable to discover the cause of such a storm roused by a few sounds, a few words. We feel ourselves almost humiliated at being vanquished without a battle, carried off without our consent, and the fascination of a voice seems to us the work of a witch. More than once we have resisted the seductions of sight, the violence of touch, but the voice conquers us, delivers us bound hand and foot into the arms of a mysterious power which demands from us the blindest submission, against which rebellion is impossible. And this influence of the voice lasts a long time, is never forgotten, often survives love itself. After long years of silence, indifference, contempt, the wind carries to us the sound of a voice, and we feel ourselves disturbed, surprised, reconquered, as in the first day of our love. Hearing will cast its fishing line into the deepest waters of our affection, and more than one love has been resuscitated miraculously from the coldest ashes by a dear voice which we had perhaps long since forgotten. Love has many mysterious relations to the olfactory sense. In the animal world, perfumes are often the more direct and powerful instigators. in amorous struggles, and even before the female has seen the companion by whom she desires to be conquered, the wings of the wind have carried to her nostrils a perfume that inebriates and fills her with voluptuousness. This sense may be a powerful excitant in inferior races, or in the lower type of men of high races, but it exercises in love a powerful influence even in the most refined natures by means of perfumes which we have conquered from nature, and which by the omnipotence of chemistry we know how to reproduce without having recourse to the power of life. We have brought into our power the essence of every petal, the perfume of every calyx, of every leaf, of every bark, the repugnant smell of many enamoured animals, and with impudent art, mixing the odours of flowers with exciting aromas, we have concentrated in a few drops of essence so much olfactory voluptuousness as warm spring could hardly concentrate in a flowering meadow or in a tropical forest. Now the deep and intense voluptuousness of perfumes is the daughter of a remote atavism, which makes us susceptible of the sexual exhalations of many living beings, and solely for this reason no sense has more intimate ties with animal voluptuousness than smell. If you study the expression on the face of a woman who is scenting a very odorous flower, and feels as though inebriated, you will see that such a picture resembles more than anything else a sublime scene of love. Ask many over-sensual men, and they will tell you that they cannot visit with impunity the laboratories where essences and perfumes are made. Ask the art of the perfume maker, and it will answer that after having mixed 100 essences of flowers and leaves, it gives relief to and improves all those perfumes by adding an infinitesimal quantity of a matter, fetid in itself, but taken from the organs of love of some animal. Ask why women love perfumes so much, and perhaps a few will be able to tell you, or will answer with a blush. And if by a long experience they have already learned the most subtle mysteries of the senses, all the finest arts of coquetry, they will tell you that perfumes are a powerful weapon in the arsenal of love, and that some of them possess an irresistible charm over the senses of man. It is difficult to remain a long time in the warm atmosphere of voluptuousness without sacrificing a great part of those noble forces which are destined for higher attainments, and this explains why no impassioned mania for perfumes can have a moral influence over us. He who plunges into the tepid, titillating, and morbid wave of odours no longer measures his strength in relation to a chaste and robust virility, but squeezes from the fruit the last drop of juice, and in the rapid convulsion of weariness imagines new delights. But between this human debasement and the contempt for perfumes there is an abyss, and by abandoning them to the courtesan or to the savage woman who anoints herself from head to foot, we throw away without any reason much of a dear and sweet voluptuousness which could be enjoyed and cultivated by us without any offence to morals. Do you believe that a kiss given to that one whom you love and who is yours, through the petals of a rose, is a sin of lust? Do you ever believe that love gathered in a shower of violets, hyacinths, and narcissus, between the crepuscules of two sighs, could be called lasciviousness? Nature is eternally rich, and the garlands we weave with her flowers around our joys do not deplete her inexhaustible gardens. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boundaries of love and their relations to other sentiments. Jealousy 1. In the Apollo room in the Vatican you will see an ancient bas-relief representing two bacchantes with the Dionysian thyrsus. One is standing while the heat of voluptuousness is flaming within her. She bears the thyrsus. Lust transpires on her face, and a bull is beating his horns against her legs. the other falls exhausted from intoxication. These are two moments of the voluptuousness of love, but they are also the two most elementary forms of the sentiment that bind man to woman. Now an ardent energy, then calm possession. Now struggle that conquers, then affectionate blandishment that restrains. The most sublime, most constant, most perfect love that a man of superior race can desire or dream of is a hot, bright flame, lasting as long as life, and at which from time to time are kindled the sparks of a desire that flares up, wavers, and disappears. Love, in comparison with all other sentiments, is such a thing that when it comes in contact with them, it rules, attracts, and draws them into the orbit of its movements, like a small fragment of cosmic matter which, having come too near to the sun, is attracted and devoured by that body. The sentiments are forces, each controlled by certain laws in its own sphere. When they come together, they conglomerate or eliminate each other, or exercise a mutual influence which causes them to deviate from the line followed by them a moment before. When an affection approaches love, it is so powerfully influenced by it as to seem to disappear from the sight of the common people, while neither matter nor force can ever be destroyed, but can only change in form. On this subject many fallacious arguments are advanced every day. It is said, for instance, that love is the most egotistic of sentiments, because we seek in it the greatest voluptuousness. But love and egotism are two affections that follow very different orbits, since the former causes us to love another creature, and has as its object the preservation of the species, while the latter makes us love ourselves, and tends to preserve the individual. If by egotism we mean the desire of satisfying a need, then all the sentiments, even the most generous ones, could be considered as forms of egotism, since even the martyr satisfies a very high need of a generous sentiment. Love is, on the contrary, at perpetual war with egotism, and although the latter is a gigantic affection, yet it pales before the brilliant light of the Titan of the affections. Many animals prefer death to abandoning the faithful companion. Even the toad suffers himself to be tortured, burned, to have his limbs amputated, his eyes gouged, but as long as he has one limb intact, he uses it to embrace the female in an amorous clasp. And do we not too offer as holocaust wealth, glory, science? Does not woman offer to love the long illness of gestation, the tortures of childbirth, the pains of nursing, the anxious cares of domestic and educational struggles? And how many think in the intoxication of love of the bitterness and the thorns which they are sowing in that moment, the history of sorrow which perhaps by an inexorable law they are preparing for themselves? Even the most perfect egotist, if he be a healthy man, desires and loves a woman. Apart from a few elect creatures to whom the supreme joys of the creations of thought are permitted, love represents the greatest of energies, the crowning of every edifice. We may thirst for wealth and glory as the greatest of joys, but in the background we behold the outline of a feminine creature at whose feet the trophies of victory must be laid. I do not speak of woman, because for her every satisfied vanity, every hoped for glory, all riches desired, every flower and every fruit of the garden of life must be laid at the feet of somebody, and this somebody is always a man. The fireworks with which every festivity of life ends must always be a woman, and at the bottom of every vulgar revelry, and on the horizon of every sublime glory, there is ever an Eve. To love and to be loved is of all human things the best, and even in the world of the suprasensible, the religions of every country have always promised to the good and the believer an eternity of love in the harem of voluptuousness, or in a mystic but amorous ecstasy. Read the burning pages of the mystic writers, and you will be able to tell me if all that fantastic world is not, too, a transubstantiation of love. The gods of every Olympus also have a sexual form, and there are feminine forms for the males and masculine forms for the females. From the cradle to the grave, love is for all and always the highest promise. Between the automatic lust of adolescence and the studied and covetous lecheries of old age, we pass through the feverish hysteria of early youth to the deep passions of virility. But for every age, love is the sweetest joy. The tocsin of old age begins to sound when, with the first white hairs, we fear that we are no longer able to love, and every one ardently, anxiously hopes that the hour, the minute, will never come for him in which he shall be compelled to say the tremendous words, "I cannot." I do not deny that in some human monsters egotism, as a sacrifice made to the god myself, is so powerful as to exclude love, but such cases are very rare if they last the whole life, rare when they last for a shorter period. It often occurs that a man, trained to and living in the most sordid egotism, falls in love when old with a poor young girl, and becomes expansive with her, generous, prodigal perhaps, and he too pays at one time, and in a very ridiculous way, the debt which nature in vain claimed from him during his young and mature age. Great egotists also love, but in a selfish manner, denying the most prodigal and most splendid of the passions that tribute which they cannot refuse to themselves. They are ignorant of the most sublime joys, of the most inebriating enthusiasms of love, of the holy voluptuousness of loving a woman more than oneself, but they also love, they love in their own way. If you wish to study the physiognomy of egotistical love, compare man's with woman's love, and you will find it easy to penetrate into the mysteries of this part of psychology. And if you desire a more striking contrast, that the differences may be represented in a bolder relief, compare the love of an old man with that of a young woman. You will have in the former an egotistical type of love, in the latter a generous one. More complex are the influences which the sentiment of possession and that of self-esteem exercise upon love, and the importance given to jealousy is sufficient to prove this. The physiological study of jealousy would be sufficient if it were still needed to demonstrate the queer confusion of language in relation to psychical facts. One would say that it is the language of the alchemists, employed to express the chemical composition of bodies. One would believe that we are still dealing with the nothing white, the philosophic wool, and the tetraskelita treoxycoquindodeca of our good ancestors. Jealousy really signifies a pain of the sentiment of love, or to be more specific, the sentiment caused by the offense done us through the infidelity of the person we love. This pain is natural in all men, in all times, and in almost all races. It is the injury to our property applied to love. The child scratches and bites him who touches or spoils its fruits or its toy. It grieves us to be robbed of our books, of the flowers of our garden. It is natural, then, that he who touches our sweetheart, our dearest thing, should be hated. In effect, this jealousy is but a form of hatred, the most natural, the most legitimate of all hatreds. It is not necessary to create a new energy or a new word to express this hatred. We may beat or kill a man because he has brutally offended our son, our father, our friend, our country, our sweetheart. 5 offenses given to 5 different sentiments, but always hatred aroused by grief, energy developed by the same mechanism. The paternal, the filial, the friendly sentiment, the devotion to our country, love, have been offended in us, and we have responded with a centrifugal hatred, with blows or death. But in these various cases was the presence of a new sentiment deemed necessary in order that the crime might be committed? Certainly not. It was said that the paternal affection injured had aroused such distress in us as to lead to assault or assassination. It was simply asserted that an insult to the flag of our country had rendered us blind and led us to commit violence. And why then, when love is offended, should we create a new sentiment, jealousy? All sentiments, when satisfied, lead us to close friendships, to endearments, to be of assistance to those who have given us these satisfactions. All injured sentiments lead us, on the contrary, to repel those who have offended them, to harm those from whom we have received that pain. Is it jealousy, then, the hatred that an animal manifests toward any creature which interrupts it in its loves? Well, for many savages to whom love is nothing but sexual intercourse, all the phenomena of jealousy are reduced to this single form. When the instinct is satisfied, as the unions are promiscuous and woman is considered common property, there can be no jealousy. If woman is a cup out of which every one may drink, why should there be jealousy? A Bolivian woman once cynically told me, "Woman is the water of a stream. Throw a stone into it. Will you be able to tell me a minute afterward where the stone broke that water? You are very foolish, you man, to make distinctions between identical things. In polygamous races, man only can be jealous. In polyandric ones, woman alone can be jealous legally. With various nations, woman is property like any other, Hence she can be voluntarily offered to the friend or to the guest like a horse or a dog. They do not want anybody to steal her, but she can be given away without either disgrace or jealousy. Only in the higher and monogamous races, the sentiments of love, self-esteem, and property, forming a triple armor around our woman, incite us to defend her with claws and beak, and to this unyielding body, consisting of the union of three sentiments, we give the name of jealousy. And here we have a second psychical form, another thing, called by the same name. But as though such confusion were not already excessive, we have called jealousy a special psychical individual organization, by which we become suspicious and tyrannical toward the person we love, and whom we offend without any reason, and from whom we withhold all legitimate liberty. And after having confused three different things, that is to say, the grief of injured love, the triple combination of three sentiments, love, self-pride, possession, and a pathological irritability of suspicion, we discuss at length, and always in vain, in order to decide whether all men are jealous, and whether jealousy measures love with an exact ruler, and whether any one can love without being jealous. Vain, not to say puerile, discussions which would not take place if words were previously defined. If by jealousy you mean the sorrow caused by not being loved or by being deceived, then every heart that loves must be jealous. Thus whoever loves country, mother, son, cannot witness without sorrow an offence offered to son, mother, country. But if by jealousy you mean that form of tyrannical suspicion which tortures the person possessed by it, then I shall tell you that we very well can and should love without ever feeling that jealousy, and that we can be jealous even without loving. Let us proceed to an elementary analysis, and we shall understand each other. Under the name of a single sentiment, of a single effective energy, the most dissimilar phenomena are grouped, to wit: 1. The sorrow caused by a love offence. 2. The sorrow of an injury to property. 3. A sorrow born of the sentiment of self-esteem. 4. An habitual constitutional suspicion, which centres on the person beloved or possessed. The only common ties among these psychical phenomena are these, but all apply to a love offended, or alleged to be offended, and that they are all accompanied by grief. Such an empiricism, such a coarse empiricism, is this not actual alchemy, that which call all volatile bodies spirits, and the oxide of zinc philosophic wool? End of chapter 11. 1. Chapter 11 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Boundaries of love and their relations to other sentiments. Jealousy 2. As jealousy is not an elementary psychical phenomenon, but simply an empirical mixture, it has many and varied ethnical forms, and becomes necessary in all countries where polygamy prevents man from physically and morally satisfying a woman, and where the husband, merely because he is rich and powerful, selects his wife and forces his love upon her. The jealousy of many Oriental nations is proverbial, and perhaps monogamous peoples become jealous through contact with polygamous ones, as in Sicily and in certain parts of Spain. It seems to me, however, that in some cases jealousy has not a clear historical origin, but assumes an ethnical character according to the special constitution of a race. In any case, in Europe, Italians, Spaniards, and above all, Portuguese are very jealous, and as I learned in America, the most jealous of all are the Brazilians. The common people will certainly not be persuaded by my psychological analysis, and will continue to measure the force of love by the unreasonableness of suspicion. And many dear and lovely women will continue, heaven knows for how many centuries, to taunt their lovers with this foolish plaint: "You do not love me because you are not jealous. How can you love me if you do not feel for me the slightest jealousy?" Foolish lamentations, often uttered by happy creatures, who, perhaps finding it strange and against nature to be too happy, look for some occasion of sorrow and regret. Can any one love anybody on earth more deeply than one's own children? Certainly not. And yet we are not jealous when others love them, and father and mother sublimely vie with each other in adoring and fondling them. You should love your companion in love in the same manner. And if you fear to lose him, that fear must not be the wrath of the inquisitor, nor the clutch of the miser. Vain counsels, words thrown to the winds. Jealousy is one of the most constitutional psychological maladies, and if one is born with it, it is very difficult to cure. May a benign fate keep it from you. It poisons the dearest joys of life, penetrates every pore of the skin, pours its gall into every drop of water, into every mouthful of bread. It transforms the man who loves into a policeman, always armed with alert ear and prying eyes, and the jealous man is always spying, doubting, suffering. He investigates the past, the present, and the future. He seeks the lie in a caress, indifference in a kiss. In love he always fears hypocrisy. What a hellish life! It is 100 times better not to love than to love in this way. The punishment of the few jealous men with exquisitely gentle hearts should be this: to know that those who are as jealous as they generally entertain more self-love than love, and that the highest and noblest creatures have always loved without jealousy. The day when we perceive that we are no longer loved, when we are deceived, let love die without replacing it with jealousy. From suspicion to condemnation or acquittal, between sincere lovers, the path cannot and must not be a long one. To a frank question, a frank answer. Let suspicion or love die, but they should die in a hurricane or in a battle, die a violent death. They should not drag a miserable existence between the courts and the prisons. 100 times better a lightning that kills us than the feverish jaundice which consumes the stamina of our lives, poisons all sources of our joy. Jealousy, besides, as it has already largely declined in monogamous society, will continue to decrease in the future, when matrimony shall be but the sanctification of love, when the choice shall be always reciprocal, when in the moral relations between the two sexes all trace of hypocrisy shall have disappeared. To know that we are loved, esteemed, and to love and esteem our companion deeply and sincerely, is the surest guarantee of defense against that sordid parasite, that woodworm of love, which is jealousy. Let woman cease to be a slave or a freed woman, let the husband or lover cease to be the proprietor of a woman, and all those lepers of love, the jealousy mad, will disappear at once. Self-esteem, independent of jealousy, has many legitimate relations to love, of which it enriches the treasures. No man, no woman in the world, knowing that he or she is loved by a most noble creature, can help feeling proud, and if a delicate reserve prohibits our heralding our good fortune, we can, however, relish the secret joy of knowing that the world envies us. It is almost always beyond human strength to renounce these joys, which can be delighted in without humiliating others, and without any shadow of rancor. Woman, especially with admirable art, knows how to say countless things silently, and when she is proud of a noble love, she radiates an aureole of light as to dazzle the adorer and the apathetic. With the majesty of a queen and the reserve of a woman, and without opening her lips, she can say to all, "Envy me, I am loved." Holy and just and chaste pride, which I wish all the daughters of Eve, who shall have deserved love, should feel. Lovers and sweethearts, choirs of adorers, and famous beauties may be objects of luxury, as are horses and palaces, and it is natural for human vanity to seek those things, and to appreciate and utilize them to humiliate those who have them not. Vanity uses love then as a pretext, and many women, incapable of loving, may conquer men solely as trophies of war, just as men oftener than women may, through pure vanity, undertake a war of conquest. All these facts, however, belong to the history of pride and vanity, and we have already dealt with them in our study on the sources of love. In that study we have seen by what paths one is led to love, and we were therefore obliged to consider friendship, compassion, and many other sentiments as sources of love. But all endearing sentiments may have relation to the prince of affections, that is to say, take the place of love that wanes. When the sun shines in the heavens, the light of the moon and that of the minor stars are invisible, and in the same way, when love glows above the horizon of life, friendship, compassion, and all other tender affections can no longer be seen or felt. But when love disappears, we can see the minor sentiments take its place. Esteem, veneration, and all other analogous sentiments may be companions of love, but only too often they are bestowed upon a creature who little deserves them. Love is a wizard that transforms and beautifies and magnifies everything he touches, and we can have immense esteem and deep veneration for the most despicable man, for the most abject, most wicked woman. It does not reflect much honor upon us, but it is true. No brigand ever stood in need of loves, often deep and ardent, and no beautiful courtesan ever lacked illustrious lovers. What does it matter if the object of love is a disgrace in everybody's eyes, spat upon by public contempt, set in the pillory of universal hatred? We love him, we love her, that is enough. And why do we love him? Why do we love her? Because it pleases us. Before the inappellable rudeness of this explanation, what can science say? What can morality suggest? Science recognizes the fact and explains it. A creature, despicable in every respect, must please us very much to inspire us with love, and this sentiment must be really gigantic if it conquers human conventionalities, vulgar prejudices, and the most persistent habits. It has been said with much truth that no woman was more ardently loved than a homely woman, and the same may be said of a brutal or criminal man, a woman of the street, or abject for any reason. A great man, if accused of loving a debased or silly woman, could often, blushing with shame, strip her before the world, like ancient Phryne, saying, "Let him dare throw the first stone at me who feels himself incapable of loving this beautiful creature." And the man who, through crime or baseness, has been banned from civilized society, has in his heart for the woman who loves him some pure and virgin oasis in which his love is lying. He still has some untainted place reserved in his soul for the beloved one. And this love, concealed and bitter, possesses for certain natures all the perilous seductions of strong aromas and intoxicating poisons. No man in the world is entirely wicked, and some of the ferocious kindnesses of the assassin, some of the generous impulses of the thief are preserved for the companion of love. Such is the omnipotence of this sentiment, which, like an ancient alchemist, transmutes the vilest metals into liquid gold, and discovers the only diamond buried in the sand of a great alluvium. Science then admits loves without esteem, and bowing its head with a blush of shame, acknowledges that they are only too frequent. Where science is still and humiliates itself, morality erects its head and flagellates. Love without esteem is a crime, and a crime which breeds other crimes. Woe to us when, bold avengers of public contempt, we dare boast of loving a vile creature, and impudently parade such love, as though intending by our arrogance to impose silence on indignant decency, or by our insolence to act as pedestal for the offended paramour. Liars in our own eyes, we defy alone the holiest and most inviolable laws of beauty and honesty. And proud first, then bold and insolent, we end by becoming truly ribbalds, and all encircled and hidden by mire. We permit no gentle creature to approach us who could inspire us with a pure and noble affection. Human passions may try many stunts and tricks, but in the end, natural sentiments, like normal situations, are the healthiest and most enjoyable. We can raise for an instant the vilest creatures on the shield of pride, but our arms will tire, and we will roll into the mire together with our idol of a day. The woman we love must not only be the companion of our voluptuousness, but also the mother of our children. The man a woman loves must be the husband and the father of the family. We should not consecrate the blush of our face in that of our children, who will curse our wicked loves, and will perhaps execrate the name of the father or the memory of the mother. When pride has lost its keenness, and the hour of revenge has passed, woe to us if we shall find ourselves alone with a creature whom we cannot hold in estimation. If love is really the holiest thing of life, the most ardent affection, the most voluptuous joy, we must erect a temple to him with our own hands, and with our most sublime sentiments decorate his tabernacle, in which we can worthily adore him as a god. Love born among crimes and turpitudes is a nest woven with thorny shrubs and thistles, while we should weave it with the most aromatic leaves and the most beautiful flowers. Men and women, we should vie with each other in gleaning fields and gardens, in bearing to love every gentle affection, every noble aspiration, every impulse of lofty ambition. Lust and pride, when coupled, become the step-parents of every love without esteem, which, like every organism born of evil, lives a scrofulous and rachitic life, full of sorrows and calamities. If love is really the most precious gem, we should enclose it in a casket, which, for richness of material, artistic skill, and inimitable aesthetic conception, should be worthy of its contents. Nothing but noblest things should touch it. No breath, unless perfumed with sandalwood and roses, should be exhaled near it. No hand but that of an angel should caress it. No heat should warm it but that of the kisses of two loving lips. If woman should conceal her love only to the honest and industrious man, if it were possible that man love no woman but a modest one, we would see the human family regenerated in the course of a generation. We would see men educated through voluptuousness. For the prison that terrifies, for the hell that threatens, we would then substitute the caresses of a woman, the kisses of a man, as educative energies. Shall this eternally be a dream? Shall we always threaten and assault men to make them better? Shall we not have a medicine less cruel than sorrow to cure men of vice and crime? End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boundaries of love and their relations to thought. Thought may, for very different reasons, now be an ally, and now a victim of love. First instrument of seduction, next to the external form of the body, thought revives, flares up in contact with the new sentiment, as occurs with every other energy condensed in our brain, and while it becomes pure, it strengthens itself, exhibiting some of its rarest, most exquisite fruits. Many torpid intellects do not awake except by the kiss of love, and then only to fall back into the previous lethargy the moment they are left without the stimulus of desire. But healthier brains, too, rise above themselves when called upon to offer an unusual tribute on the new altar. For very many, poetry is the song of spring, and, prosaic and mute, before having loved, they return to their prose and taciturnity when the season of loves is past. As they are men, they may continue to possess a woman, but being poor in moral energy, in the May of their life, they have only a smile of poetry, lasting as long as the petals of a rose. Their cold and indolent imagination indulges in a little flight among the bushes of the garden or the orchard, emits its feeble trill, then falls wingless on their high road, plodding until death. How often a woman who has been loved by one of these spring lovers, and who remembers having once seen him, an ardent creature, full of imagination, finds it very difficult to persuade herself that the man who today is all prose, from head to foot, living between his chocolate and his nightcap, wearing 7 varieties of flannels, and using 10 different kinds of lozenges, once wrote verses and fell on his knees at her feet, which she covered with bitter tears. More fortunate men, instead, derive from their loves a continual and powerful stimulus to the works of thought, which seems to reshape and renew itself at each different phase of passion, at each change of love. These influences upon the lives of many artists, poets, and even statesmen can be studied in their works, and have a stronger power when the artist, the poet, the head of the state is a woman. The influence of love upon the forces and forms of thought is twofold, and is derived from self-love and from the psychical nature of the person loved. Being a sentiment born during youth or rejuvenated during old age, it especially excites the imagination and refines the aptitude for reproducing the beautiful. In a few words, it warms those mental aptitudes that generally reach their climax at the same age when love manifests its greatest energies. Very rarely a man can be a poet or a great artist without having loved intensely, without having had at least a great capacity for loving. Chastity, forced or voluntary, may conceal love, but down in the depths of the heart, some images, resembling an angel more than a woman, have sway, rising at every inspiration of genius, at every song of the lyre, at every touch of the brush, and reviving or kindling the sacred fire of art. The genius of many among the greatest poets, artists, and writers of the world had love as its first companion and supreme inspirer, and without this sentiment their names might be totally unknown to us. The love that is born in a sublime brain accumulates gigantic forces, and chastity, always imposed by great passions in their first stage, refines and intensifies them, so that love seems to transform into genius, and genius dyes with splendid hues every amorous manifestation. A chaste genius which loves is a legion of fighting forces, a whole host of winged geniuses, and therefore no difficult question, no irresistible force can oppose it. Thought, when the companion of love, offers to it the richest tributes of its energy, just as the enamored bird sings its most harmonious notes for its companion. The flower condenses all its perfumes and the fascination of its most beautiful colors around the nest in which plants love. And with thought intensified, transformed, adorned with all its splendors, goes the stimulus of self-esteem, which in the satisfaction of pride of the person loved finds always new incitement and new incentive to work. Nor does the creature loved receive only the tribute, but from the enthusiastic eloquence with which gratitude is expressed by that creature, it is manifest that the latter also feels the same inciting influence, and the most modest and stillest tongue finds splendors of form and savoriness of style unknown to that day. A long experience in every country of the world demonstrates the superiority of woman over man in the epistolary style, and especially in love-letter writing, which is the effect not only of the peculiar nature of the feminine mind, but also of the powerful excitement created in woman by the stimulus of love. A letter is nearly always an exchange of affections, and woman more than man feels the intimate relations between two affections. She loves more and better than we. Man has 100 different ways of exerting his talents when excited by love. Art, ambition, science open to him 1,000 avenues to manifest his new energies. To woman, on the contrary, no literary path is open other than amorous correspondence, and she uses and abuses it in a surprising manner. In the numberless hecatombs, in the daily pyres of many perfumed letters, real treasures of art are being destroyed, which should be saved from the conflagration that consumes so many volumes of words and phrases. For the commonplace always dominates every field of good and evil, and commonplace, like all things human, are most loves. Was it not Balzac who said, "It is recognized that in love all women have some esprit"? The eloquence of love, a real song of a gifted mind in love, is not contradicted by the timid and often dull silence which invariably accompanies the first declarations, the first skirmishes. Fear in all its forms desiccates the mouth and the pharynx, suspends nearly instantaneously the secretions of mucus and saliva, and many are made physically unable to speak in the same manner as when a violent mental perturbation disconcerts ideas and words, so that eloquence is reduced to an absolute silence, possibly interrupted only by disconnected phrases. That man, so mute in love, however, has hardly returned to the quiet of his solitary room, when he suddenly becomes a new Demosthenes, and pours out into space or on paper the rivers of a fiery eloquence, which a few moments before would have proved so opportune and so beautiful. Happy love, in the stage of attainment, raises all brains above medium temperature, continually infusing new energies into them. Even during the intoxication, the thyrsus of the dithyramb never falls from the hand of the happy mortal who loves or hopes to be loved. When, on the contrary, our affection vibrates with the notes of sorrow, a sublime elegy may be produced as the outburst of thought. One can become poet or insane. Brains better organized are cured of the great sorrows of the heart with a book or a musical creation or a picture, but many human brains submerge in the hurricane of an unhappy love, and the statistics of the hospitals for the insane always show a large number of cases of insanity produced by love, while in the secrecy of the domestic walls are concealed many other brains, withered or fallen into lethargy through unfortunate loves. I am writing in these pages a modest essay of general physiology, or as it is usually termed, psychology, and have neither the right nor the strength to undertake the work of literary critic, which still remains to be done, notwithstanding the very beautiful things written by many upon the influence of love and art. Not only has every poet and every artist, and I consider the writer the greatest of all, left in his works the imprint of his loves, but he has felt and interpreted love in a way entirely his own, and which in some cases became the style of a school or an epoch. The woman loved by Byron is quite different from the woman loved by Burns. Laura is not Beatrice, and the woman dimly discerned by Leopardi is not Vittoria Colonna. To study the influences of the times and the mind over the particular mouldings of the loves of great men, in a few words, to draw the comparative psychology of celebrated loves, and of the amorous types of art, is a gigantic labor, in which the artist, the psychologist, and the literary man should join hands in order to produce a work worthy of the subject. For me, it will suffice to have prepared in the present essay some materials for this work of the future. Love ceases to be an impulse for thought, and becomes its first assassin, not only when it is unhappy, but also when it sinks into the mud of lust. Chastity is an almost entirely hygienic question, and here we should mark the place where the hygienic branch shoots out from the great trunk of physiology. No embrace has ever debased thought, when voluptuousness was only love, but when lasciviousness is stronger than sentiment, and the animal man regrets having given too much of himself to the future, then the individual rebels against the excessive tribute paid to the preservation of the species. Then the animal man is diseased, and the moral man has fallen into libertinism. No, nature never punishes him who wisely obeys its laws, and after the sacrifice of love, man is as happy and intelligent as before, since in the blessed languor of a brief repose, nature stills even the pain of weariness. Lay waste the entire forest of concupiscence, not one tree alone. When you shall have felled every tree, cut every branch, you can then pronounce yourselves free, pure, virtuous, exclaims the Dhammapada, and science utters the same cry, but instead of the word concupiscence, it writes the more precise term lust. In our organism, every function is so well regulated that we, like the citron, can always bear leaves, flowers, and fruits, provided we do not sacrifice the fruit to the flower, and do not imitate the monstrous flowers with overexpanded petals or seedless fruits. Wise chastity is the ablest administrator of vital harmonies and energies. Love and labor do not oppose each other, as many too exacting or hypercritical moralists are continually repeating with too rigid severity. I have previously stated that the influence of love over thought is twofold, and we have still to study its second manifestation, namely the influence exerted by the psychical nature of the person loved. Two creatures who love each other are two bodies differently electrified, continually exchanging currents of energy in order to re-establish the equilibrium of forces and obey the law of universal affinity. But since no two identical creatures, no two identical brains, no two identical sentiments ever exist in nature, it follows that, of the two thoughts brought face to face by love, one exercises an influence of attraction greater than the other, and consequently one of the two gives more than it receives. Generally, the stronger mind exercises a greater fascination, and as the mind of man is oftener greater than that of woman, the latter more easily follows the ideas, the theories, the intellectual tastes of man. It is not always true, however, that a greater attraction betokens a greater mental force, since some peculiar characteristics of certain intellects render them more fascinating, their contact more dangerous and richer in elective affinity. Thought may be robust, original, but if rigid, rude, and without any weapon of conquest, it lives alone in solitary loftiness, and the person loved contemplates it with admiration, but feels no attraction. It is like a star, too cold and too distant for us to desire. Some other talents, on the contrary, seem to be magnetized, so strongly do they adhere to men and things, and when we approach them we feel ourselves absorbed, and after their contact carry away some influence of contagion, of fascination, of imitation. These magnetic brains, combined with the other amorous seductions, another and most powerful one, that of subjugating and bending the mind of the person loved, so that to the sweet chain of affection is added the chain of thought. A most peculiar and little studied influence of fascinating talents is seen in some women, who add to their other admirable qualities the power of conquering the thought of men, whose minds are stronger and swifter than theirs. Living with them, breathing their moral atmosphere, it becomes impossible, even for the most tenacious opposers of the ideas of others, not to think as they think, not to write as they write, not to acquire certain psychical tastes which constitute their delight. The style of certain writers, the manner of certain painters, have unconsciously yielded to these slow and mysterious influences, and the masses, investigating the origin of these aesthetic mutations, seek it in mysterious causes and in evolutions of art and science, while instead they have a humbler but more natural source. The style and manner changed when the head was resting on the bosom of a blonde friend, or the hand playing among the curly labyrinths of raven hair. In the history of arts and of literature, mention of these influences is nearly always omitted, because nearly always they are unknown to the biographer, and often unknown to the artist and the poet who was subject to them. Woman always confesses, and frequently with pride, that she has moulded her thought on that of her friend. Man hardly acknowledges this, and if warned by criticism, rebels, and feels hurt by such an odd accusation. How and when should the King of the universe ever change the style and the direction of his thought through the influence of a kiss or a caress? Mine and only mine, exclaims the man who loves. His and only his, always sighs the woman who loves. And I must, although with different words, have frequently said the same thing in this book. It is not only the robust and attracting nature of human brains that measures their various influences in the struggles and the caresses of love, but it is the degree that causes the high influences of thought to be differently felt. The more one loves, the more one yields to the fascination of another's talent. The more one loves, the more one is disposed to abdicate one's own ideas and aesthetic tastes in order to assume the ideas and the tastes of the person loved. Man, proudly awkward, constantly repeats in every tone that in politics, morality, religion, woman thinks always like her lover, and by this he deludes himself into believing that he affirms, with the most eloquent proof, the uncontrasted superiority of his mind. However, in our case he fails to mention a reason, most honourable for woman and little for us. Woman generally feels more deeply the influence of a virile thought, not only because she is weaker than we, but because she loves us much more than we ever could love. She sacrifices instantly and willingly even self-pride to love. Man rarely and with difficulty makes this sacrifice. She is silly but beautiful, we say, feeling very happy. Woman, on the contrary, says oftener than we, how can democracy be respectable if he insults it every day? And how cannot socialism be a sacred thing if it is his religion? Man is always right for the woman who loves him, because she can seldom love without esteem. We indeed allow ourselves to love with all our senses a woman whom we cannot or must not hold in estimation. This difference would be sufficient to demonstrate that, in the psychical evolution of the two sexes, woman is ahead of us in the aesthetic of sentiment, as we outrun her in intellectual development. Woman has already attained perfect love, which is the fusion of all human elements, the selection of selections. We see the concubine even in the sweetheart and in the wife, and the highest talent does not disdain to pour out the molten metal of its thoughts into the mould of a Venus who hardly could be called heavenly. In matters of love we are disciples oftener than masters on the field of sentiment. Whatever be the reason for which a brain in love bends its love companion with a larger power of influence, the tyrant too undergoes the influence of the victim. Two thoughts cannot impugnly be enclosed in the same atmosphere. They cannot follow the orbit of the same planetary system. The one gives much and the other gives little. The one receives more than it gives, the other gives more than it receives. But they both alter and exchange influences and energies. This is a consequence of the most elementary laws of physics. Two loves and two brains are two systems of forces, and however powerful one may be in comparison with the other, they both must undergo, in their contacts, a molecular modification of their movements. To the direct influence of love, add the automatic power of imitation, the tyranny of habit, the epicurism of the compromise of ideas and of conscience, and many other minor causes, and you will see how inexorably thought must change when we think in two. Not all intellectual phenomena undergo the influence of love in equal measure, but those feel it most who, by contacts and origins, are nearer to the energies of sentiment, or are interwoven with them, constituting binary bodies composed of affection and thought. Religion and morality are more easily modified than aesthetic tastes, and these change more frequently than philosophical theories or the method of study. There is a certain architecture in our brains that constitutes their framework, and can be destroyed only by death or insanity. Against it love is powerless. Furthermore, certain intellectual antitheses between a man and a woman are enough to render love impossible, even when the sympathy of forms and a certain community of affections violently rouse the sovereign of sentiments. To scorn influences of love over thought may be the fruit of pride, but it is also more frequently an incontrovertible proof of crass ignorance. Pride and ignorance, which we shall bitterly expiate, because if we today may be contented with the beauty of form, and if robust youth, comforted later by coquetry, may prolong the life of love, founded on voluptuousness only, the day will come sooner or later in which, when the great disparity of brains shall destroy every hope of common intelligence, we shall find ourselves in the presence of this horned dilemma. either to renounce dual thought, horrible amputation of intellectual life, or lower ourselves more every day in order that the voice of a person who speaks in a subdued tone may reach our ear. Hence a continual toil, a weary and sad exertion, the impairment of lofty intellects, and the disorders of weak brains. Hence the inevitable death of a love which should have submerged only with the last plank of shipwrecked beauty. Hence the veiled polygamy of our modern society, profoundly hypocritical, because it is so impatient that it wants to run when it has only the strength to walk slowly, because it is so petulant that it wants to jump while its legs are still tied by the sacred straps of the Middle Ages. We must all inexorably yield to the influence of thought in love. If our robust brain can elevate in some little measure the smaller one of the person we love, we must always descend from our lofty plane, lowering the level of our thought, and wasting many of the nobler forces of human progress. A certain disparity of levels is inevitable, but it should never be excessive, because in the continual efforts to equalize them, in the sorrowful struggles to reach them, a great part of love may be wretchedly dissolved. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chastity in its relations to love. This chapter may to many readers seem utterly useless in a psychological work, since chastity is a question of hygiene or a negation of love, and in any case someone could whisper in my ear, non est hic locus. Let the enemies of chastity, or those who do not know what chastity is, jump this chapter, which will be among the shortest in the book, and allow us, when we speak of light, to say at least what shade means. Chastity is the shadow of love, and the most enthusiastic among the adorers of the sun seeks always the friendly shade of a tree, where among the labyrinths of the knotty roots, or on the soft carpet of a meadow, he can slowly drink in the light of which he went in search. He, too, must love a tranquil shade from which to contemplate, without injury, the distant splendors of the Supreme Father of every energy and every heat. Even in the desert of sand, called the Sahara, or in the desert of grass, called the Pampas, man feels the necessity of resting in the shadow of his camel or of his horse, to brood voluptuously over the long and fiery suns absorbed. Repose you also, then, in the shadow of the hair, of the eyebrows of your sweetheart, to relish the long memories of the lightning flashes of love. Chastity is not only repose, but also a wise and powerful creation of new energies and infinite poetry. Voluptuousness is a hurricane or thunderbolt, but always a superior force which brutally rends and brutally bends the tree of life, dashing the leaves against the ground that nourishes them. Chastity is a boundless temple in which the fresh and silent atmosphere dries the sweat of the struggles, refreshes the sultry air of the battle, and restores calm to every turbulent and stormy brow. The chastity of two lovers is a real temple in which the animal man collects himself, prays, and invokes an unknown God that he may make him an angel. And love is purified, cleansed of all mire, and soars on its wings to the highest regions of the ideal. Desire, when subdued without violence, but without hesitation, by chastity, lowers its eyes, bows its head, and kneels before the statue of love, and, quivering but subdued, caresses with its long neck and warm hair the soft knees, like an enamoured swan fondled by the gentle hand of a nude but chaste woman. Have you ever noticed two lovers who, sitting on one chair, read the same book together, while a little child, the fruit of their first loves, sits at their feet, chattering and prattling, when that little angel raises its head too petulantly, or screams too boisterously, the fondling hand of the mother, or that of the father, will silence him. Thus must desire long remain under restraint at the feet of the two lovers, obeying an amorous voice, and not the rod of the schoolmaster of old. No more odious virtue exists than chastity taught by the intolerant, and often not very chaste prude; no more delicate, more sublime virtue than chastity taught by love, and by the noblest faculties of the human mind. An immodest love, an unchaste love, may be happy for a time. It may laugh and smile, let itself be carried away by the maelstrom of voluptuousness into a revel of unrestrained dances, but it is always an inebriated love, and inebriety ends quickly and generally very badly. Chaste love is ardent but serene, a love always armed and always cheerful, a sapphire illuminated by electric light. Self-imposed chastity is a hidden form of onanism, disease or mania, the evidence of something lacking in a man, or of a violent amputation, of a cruel mutilation. The free and sweet chastity of two lovers is a most wise lust, which sacrifices the daily bread to the splendors of a Sardanapalian banquet, an education of senses and affections, a most holy worship of the noblest joys of thought, one of the most precious gems that can adorn the crown of life. Blessed are those who know how to be chaste in this manner, to turn love into an energy that educates and etherealizes, and to find in it the greater coefficient of noble ambitions and magnanimous purposes. And you, women, you who have the intellect of love, teach chastity to us, for whom this holiest of virtues is difficult to acquire. Prize dearly this delicate mission, because you will be the first to enjoy its fruits. Through an ignoble and vulgar calculation, you prefer to disarm your lovers, in order that they may not strike other victims than you, perhaps also that they may not hurt their own hands. But your calculation is groundless. From the nausea of satiety more infidelity has sprung than from the prudent restraint of desires. And to leave a desire always lighted, and a flower in your garden always untouched, is one of the most precious secrets for reigning eternally, for being always loved. There is an absolute chastity imposed by the cruel laws of sex or of society, but this is not the place to speak of it. And there is another absolute chastity imposed by ambition, by a misinterpreted virtue, or even by egotism, a chastity which at the bottom is nothing else than self-idolatry, a rabid concentration of forces to reach lofty or insensate ends. The fruit which human voluptuousness reaps is, however, generally beneath its desire or expectation, and nature wreaks its vengeance in 1,000 ways upon those who outrage it. In many cases, however, true, sincere chastity, imposed by an iron will, is an admirable thing, deserving a place among the rarest and most valuable things in a museum. Not one case in 100 of those upon which history has bestowed veneration deserves the praises which are habitually offered to them, because many of these forms of chastity are false, or easy through impotency. They are therefore false virtues. Other chastities are as sterile as the sands of the desert. They are clouds that rise without shape and without aim in the imagination of the human heart, and vanish without leaving any trace. Be that as it may, they do not belong to the history of love, and to discuss them here would entitle the gentle reader to whisper in my ear a second time, non est hic locus. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love in sex. Man and woman can love with the same degree of force, but they will never love in the same manner, since to the altar of their passion they carry two greatly different natures beside their different genetic missions. As long as there shall live on our planet a man and a woman, they will eternally exchange and counter-exchange this innocent reproach. Ah, you do not love me as I love you. And the lament will be forever true, because woman will never love like man, and man will never be capable of loving like woman. In a complete essay on the comparative psychology of the two sexes, we could delineate the distinctive characteristics of virile love and feminine love, and I may try it some day. Be it sufficient for me here to sketch in a general way the two figures of passion, one in essence, but rendered so very form by the two different natures called Adam and Eve. Listen to two spontaneous cries uttered by two nations very distant and well nigh uncivilized, and you will find the first lines of a physiology of the sexual characters of love. The Mundakols of Kota Nagpur have some popular songs which express the psychical difference between man and woman. The women sing, Singbanga from the beginning has made us smaller than you, therefore we obey you, even if it were not so, and from the beginning we had overburdened you with work, still we would not be your equals. To you God has given with two hands, to us with one, and for this we do not plow the ground. And the men sing to the women, as God has given us with two hands, so has he made us bigger than you. Have we made ourselves big? He himself has divided us into big and small. If you do not obey now the word of man, you certainly disobey the word of God. He himself has made us bigger than you. And flying to a very distant land, we find a Kabyle song in which a chorus of young women alternates with a chorus of sturdy youths. The women, let him who wants to be loved by a woman march with his weapons. Let him put the butt end of the gun to his cheek and cry, "Come to me, O maidens." The men, you do well to love us. God sends us war, and we will die, and keep at least the memory of the happiness that you have given us. Rising from the Mundakols and the Kabyles to the higher and more civilized races, we always find, however, an echo of this wild cry of nature, in which man proclaims his strength or imposes it, and woman acquiesces in or invokes it. Hence the very unequal part of joys and sorrows, of rights and duties, which man allows his companion in the world of love, hence an ever-increasing usurpation of joys and rights by the strong as we descend to the lower strata of humanity, hence civilized nations continually struggling to divide good and evil in a more equitable proportion between the two sexes, which still so unfairly share light and darkness, joys and sorrows. Where muscular strength is the criterion of hierarchies, where it constitutes the first of human forces, the difference between man and woman in the rights and joys of love is immense, and woman becomes little more than a domestic animal, which is bought, sold, or killed according to the necessity of the moment. Setting civilization aside, polygamy exists where morality is uncertain and lust is ardent, and woman, guarded as a treasure of voluptuousness, falls morally lower than in a wandering tribe of nude but monogamous savages, where woman is the companion of the labors and joys of man. For this, perhaps, Solomon used to cry out in his harem, and who will find me a strong woman? Among us also woman does not play in love, the part assigned to her by nature, and here also she can without scruple class herself among the oppressed, who await their Jacquerie, or their constitution. Here also she is a legitimate pretender, who, by right or might, will have some day to conquer her place in the sun. But I will speak of rights in another chapter. Here we must remain within the confines of physiology, which still is or should be the legitimate mother of every human legislation. If anthropology should put in our hands all the moral and intellectual elements which separate man from woman, then science could most safely establish in its laws and customs the right place for each sex, without any danger of usurpation, abuse, or imposition from any quarter. Nature has given woman the greatest part of love, and if this difference could be expressed with figures, I would say that we were allotted 1/5 or 1/4 at most of love's territory. Only a woman could write Madame de Stael's sublime words. Undoubtedly, in the mysteries of nature, to love and still to love is what we have retained of our celestial inheritance. Neither civilization in any of its most varied phases, nor customs in their numberless forms, nor impositions of tyrants, nor power of genius could alter this immutable law. In the rank and feted hut of the Eskimo, or in the palace of the prince, woman gives all of herself to man, first as daughter, then as lover, as wife, as mother. She is the great placenta of human beings, the bosom from which we draw blood, voluptuousness, love, every delight of our soul, every heat that warms us. Woe to us if we should poison the source of human life with a pseudo-education. Woe to us if we should deny Eve the most sacred of rights. For woman, love is the first, the uppermost necessity, and all her organism and her psychology are softened and molded by the influence of love. Van Helmont said too rudely, tota mulier in utero, but thinkers of all epochs applauded the aphorism of the Dutch physician. Woman physically desires for long time. She possesses for a long time, and can enjoy her conquest every day, every hour, and turn it into a warm and scented atmosphere in which she lives as in a nest. Woman nurses in her bosom an angel who always ardently desires, and who does not quench in her the affection for her companion. She molds the man, nourishes and caresses him, and as the years pass, she sees herself, her flesh, her loves, transformed into a group of little angels who dance around her, who are bits of her heart, petals of a rose fallen from the flower of her beauty, all calling her mother, which has the meaning of placenta of life. From the ardent embrace of the man whom she loves, she flits to the endearments of her little children. Voluptuousness does not fatigue, nor ardor wither, nor passion weary her. She is all, from her hair to her feet, imbued with love, the fluid that flows in her through every vein and moistens every fiber, so that when she is deprived of it, she is like the tree shattered by the hurricane, and which sees every leaf wither, every flower fall. The love of man is a lightning that flashes, thunders, and vanishes. The love of woman is a ray of sun, which, slow and warm, penetrates her heart and fecundates her, and she absorbs it languidly and voluptuously, and every little root of her sentiments, her joys, her thoughts, imbibes and feasts upon it, so that even after the sun has disappeared, its fruitful rays remain, hidden in the earth which it has warmed. Many have contradicted my opinion, which I expressed several years ago in my Physiology of Pleasure, that woman has received from nature a larger cup to drink at the inexhaustible spring of the voluptuousness of love, and inasmuch as joy cannot be measured, or weighed yet. The problem must wait for its solution a long time still. Nobody, however, can deny that lasciviousness and sensibility being equal in both sexes, Eve can thirst much longer than man, and without experiencing fatigue, realize the happy dream of a voluptuousness which, changing its form, is eternally renewed. But while for many men voluptuousness is all that is in love, for a woman, be she the most libertine among the sensual women, it is only a sweet episode. And if you do not believe such a bold assertion, send heralds through the whole civilized world, and assemble all those men and women who can love, and invite them to a singular love tournament. Ask them whether they would accept an eternal and most faithful love without voluptuousness in exchange for voluptuousness without love. For every 100 women who will vote for love, 10, perhaps 5 men will decide for the sublime refusal of the embrace. O you, all of you who have studied the heart of woman in the most abject places, and believe that you are making your companion happy because you give her luxuriousness and golden dresses, remember that woman wants to love above all, to be warmed by the spirit of man, to lean all upon the faithful arm of man, to feel that she is needed by a companion of whom she wants to be proud. She wants to be the first for someone. You may behold a woman unhappy amid the splendors of luxury, caressed by the sweet affection of a husband, satisfied in all her desires, and you may see another happy in poverty amid the storms of life, oppressed by the brutal whims of a lover. Mysteries of the heart, you say? A very natural thing, I say. The first woman does not love her husband, the second loves her lover. This is another essential difference between man's and woman's loves. Man wants to be loved, woman wants, above all, to love. The sentiment which burns in her is more active, more expansive than in man. Little she demands of her companion, because she is too rich, and her affection is too strong, to need the support of self-esteem to fight the battles of life. Certain it is that perfect love is the sum of these two most beautiful things. I love, I am loved. But often woman is satisfied when able to exclaim, I love, while man needs only to expand his chest and say, I am loved. Do not ask woman why she loves. She can love such ugly, poor, deformed creatures as to astonish and horrify us. If that creature can only be hers, she will know how to adorn him with the flowers of imagination, illumine him with the brilliant light which comes from her heart. When woman loves, she almost never doubts of being loved. Has Caesar ever doubted of winning a battle? Has Napoleon ever doubted of being immortal? So it is with woman's love. She will creep like a reptile at the feet of her companion, or roar like a lion which wants what it wants. She will be a pet rabbit caressed in the bosom of a child, or an eagle that carries aloft the prey in its claws. But her love will be reciprocated. The ardent faith of the neophyte, the proud faith of infallibility, the immeasurable arrogance of the fortunate conqueror, are virtues that are more frequently found in woman's loves, more rarely in man's. In order to love, woman needs only fine talent, strength, and even crime. In the man she wants to have for herself, she can love the ugliest, most wicked, most deformed of men. She elevates every man she touches. She believes she can heat even the ice. Man loves the beautiful above all, and pardons everything else. Man often lowers even the highest loves. Woman carries even luxuriousness aloft into the big regions of sentiment. Man lowers even affection into the mire of lasciviousness. Pardon my cynical phrase, but do not reject it, because it is too true. Man in his loves is more of a brute than of an angel. Woman is more of an angel than of a human being. An essay on the comparative psychology of love cannot be written unless based upon a complete physiology of the two sexes. Every thought, every word, every gesture of man or woman in love receives the imprint of the sex, and when the characters are inverted, a most disgusting spectacle takes place, and we behold a caricature, a monster, or even a crime. At times, however, women of manly inclinations love manly, and men of docile disposition manifest in their loves sublime tenderness, softness, and sentiments which should be found in woman only. We are again in the domain of pathology, but the psychical forms may, from the unusual combination of figures and strange coloring, derive an aesthetic element which astonishes us and invites us to meditation. However variform the sexual elements of love may be, our modern civilization is stained by a most heinous sin, because we allow woman, who is the true and great priestess of love, but a small tribute and a trivial part. We have for ourselves ambition, glory, science, the morbid thirst for gain. We have granted to man all the energies of sentiment, all the conquests of genius, all the victories of passion. To woman we have refused every nourishment of heart and thought, representing to her that she must only love. After having robbed her of nearly every field of human activity, we have left the garden of love to her as her only possession, her only solace. And when this poor prisoner, with all the ardent curiosity of her nature, wished to pick the flowers and the scented herbs of her garden, when she proceeded to cultivate the garden in her own way, we interfered there too, setting up the posters of our restrictive regulations, and erecting the fences of our laws. That flower bed is reserved. That flower must not be picked. No thoroughfare. The selection of the plants to cultivate must also be made by us who possess the orchard and the field, the meadow and the forest, the ice fields of the Alps and the water of the ocean. Thus we have a woman slave who murmurs and conspires against us. Thus we have made sterile and barren the garden where a proud and noble lady would have splendidly received us, where we could rest from our glorious labors. Thus, instead of being welcomed by a lady of our station in gilded halls, brilliantly decorated with gems, we have a woman prisoner or slave, who reclines her head on our knees and weeps. We have measured the bread and wine of her life, as the jailer does with the thief, and tyrants in love as well. We have kept the lion's share, both in voluptuousness and in the free choice of the sovereign affection. But every injustice must be paid for, just as the equilibrium is reestablished every time it has been disturbed, and the continual deceptions, only too well justified, of our slaves, seraglio conspiracies, and palace plots, are every day evidence that we erect, upon a false foundation, the edifice of family, and loudly proclaim that it will soon be necessary to give woman what belongs to her, the free choice of loves, the equality of rights in the affections as well as in the family. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love and Age 1. In studying the morning crepuscules of love, we have involuntarily outlined the first phases of love. We have seen him timid and spasmodic, exerting himself between the swaddling clothes of infancy and the first weapons of arrogant youth, like a boy warrior armed with a wooden sword and a pop-gun. During the age of adolescence, this sovereign affection shows the most sublime puerilities, the maddest hysterias, the most fanciful vows of an infinite without limits of time or space. Side by side with the most ideal aspirations, we find, however, the impetuous and automatic outbreaking of the first lusty actions, and a youthful imagination, inflaming the first fevers of lust, agitates and shakes the tender and fragile organism, Happy those who in the first storms of life find a friendly hand as a guide and solace to preserve them from thousands of dangers which threaten health and morality at the same time. The first impatient acts of lust in adolescence are generally followed in elect natures by a period of reaction, during which heroic vows of chastity are made together with extraordinary endeavors to learn to hate woman. Just at that time, in the diary of the boy who is about to become a man, we may read these vows and aspirations for chastity, which I literally reproduce here for you. Tremendous dilemma of life. The cosmos less the woman less the cosmos. I have been able to pass an entire day without embracing a woman, and without any fervid aspiration for her, and yet I have passed a very happy day. Try and do without the evil-born race of Eve for all time. I took a seat near a Creole young lady, and found her beautiful, inebriating, voluptuous. I thought of a paradise of delights in looking at her, and wavered. The most Creole embrace in the world, however, is not worth the cosmic synthesis as I have conceived it, and as I will expose it to men. No pleasure is shorter than the erotic delirium, no sacrifice more fruitful of useful consequences than the disdain for this voluptuousness. Instinct with fury of its power is for you the outward manifestation of pleasure in its most attractive aspect. It is only a faculty of yours, and tends to draw into its whirlpool all your activity. It is only one of your faculties, and that which you have in common with the lowest creatures at the bottom of the series of creation, and this faculty wants to be the first and only for a few moments. But in these moments, the least noble of your powers wants to and can take a great part of yourself, of your ego. It is a sovereign who rules only for a few seconds, but who has power enough during the period of his reign to destroy half of the state and leave his throne upon a heap of ruins, firebrands, and ashes. It is easy to destroy, but from a mass of ruins and ashes to rebuild a state is a hopeless task. These few expressions are but the 1000th reproduction of a psychical phenomenon, which is reiterated in all men when they pass from the threshold of adolescence into the gardens of youth. An historical fact and a proverb embodied this truth in two great monuments in the Council of Trent. Those who voted for celibacy were the youngest priests, and the French language has a proverb which says, "If youth but knew, could age but do." A vote in a proverb deserving a volume of meditations, and springing forth from the deepest roots of the human heart. Exuberance of forces prepares us for the battle, but at the same time it leaves us calm and serene, because true force is always calm. Rarely a braggart is strong, and a frequent intimation of one's own energy is nearly always a symptom of decline and weakness. The invalid who fears death often says that he feels very well, even before being asked about his health, and endeavors to delude himself and others with respect to the danger that threatens him. A young man is in love always more timid than an adult or an old man, and this fact originates from so many and mysterious causes as to occur in many animals as well. Birds, among others, the older they are, the quicker they go at their amorous undertaking. A young man, however deep his love may be, still trembles. He is a ripe and fragrant fruit, but the rude contacts of the gardener and the store have not deprived him yet of his untouched varnish. He has foregone the useless and too unequal struggles against love, and flung himself into its arms, but he still trembles when the currents of the god pass through his body and cause his nerves to vibrate. He is a priest, initiated into the mysteries of the temple, but still trembling when in the sanctum sanctorum, and a gentle sublime timidity tempers in him the too virile expression of strength. Before our eyes we have one of the most sublime pictures of the moral world, the apex of beauty without the mannerism of pride, the maximum of strength without a shadow of convulsion, an ever lively force, a serene but definite energy, ready to spring, ready for action and reaction. A young man with a good physical constitution belongs entirely to love, and love is the property of youth. All the energies of sentiment, all the powers of thought at that age are moulded by that sovereign affection which absorbs and carries away everything into its hot and turbulent whirlpools. He is less than a eunuch who does not love at 20, because even a eunuch can love, and there is an amorous sterility which has its seat in the brain and in the heart, and which is more humiliating than any mutilation of organs, than any lack of functions. If at 20 a man does not encounter a woman in the social world, he loves the picture or statue of a woman, he loves the heroine of a story or of a poem, and the young girl adores the angels whose wings flutter around her virginal bed. At 20 one should possess the physical energy to love 100 women, and even the most modest maiden finds in the air at every step a spark darting from her contact with a man. Notwithstanding, however, a gigantic and fruitful possibility of polygamy, man and woman are, in their robust youth, essentially monogamous, and in their most senseless idolatries they are still monotheists. One God, one temple, one religion only. One must be born with singular perversity to be polygamous from the first steps in love, and the young girl who already loves more than one man at a time must have been conceived in a bawdy house by the kneading of the blood in the flesh of a bacchant. Yet against this virtuous, energetic, holy monogamy there rise on all sides enormous obstacles. Formidable adversaries move against it from every quarter, opposing the first steps. Adam has found his Eve, Eve has seen her Adam, but in the embrace of those two lovers, how many enemies, how many barriers, how many abysses! Adam loves Eve, Eve loves Adam. What can be more simple, what affinity more intense, and what affection more inevitable than their union? Still, before they can embrace each other, these two unfortunate creatures must ask permission of prejudice, hypocrisy, conventionalities, hygiene, morality, religion, and above all, finance. And there is scarcely one chance out of 100 that the answer will be a yes from all these superior authorities that have the right of vetoing their affection. The nightingale has seen and loved his modest companion in the deep shadow of a mysterious alder. He has sung to her his tenderest song, and infused his love into her. Today they sleep, happy in their love, and tomorrow they will find flexuous branches and soft moss to weave their nest. No need of civil matrimony, of religious matrimony, of financial matrimony, but woe to the man who shall rely upon nature to have his nest prepared. The morrow of his loves would be cursed by hunger, and scrofula and rachitis would kill his children, born of a union which lacked the consent of finance. From the clash of two contrary forces there arises a decomposition of movements, a transformation of energies, and this phenomenon occurs in love when pure, virginal, powerful, and hardly issued from the hot bosom of nature, it finds the sharp rocks of social obstacles, and like a wave breaks against them, raises a mass of foam, and withdraws, dragging away a congeries of stones, splinters, and mud, scattered by the turbulent clashing of so many forces and resistances. Would fortune that in that first shock love should suffer nothing but sorrow! Tears have blessed thousands of loves and bathed them in a sweet dew. Very few have they killed. But in the dashing of the first love against the cruel rock of social resistances, many new forces, all of them ruthless, spring from the decomposition of the two contrary motions, and 1,000 compromises with conscience stain in its swaddling clothes the newborn love, humiliating it under the shame of an original sin. End of chapter 15:1. Chapter 15 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love and Age 2. The very first compromise with his own conscience on the part of a pure and enamored youth, when prevented by society from being monogamous, is that of decomposing love into sentiment and voluptuousness. Thus he strives to preserve his heart pure, and to erect one temple only, while sacrifices are offered to lust on the 100 altars of the wandering Venus. And still this decomposition of love seems to the most refined and most virtuous lovers a very wise move, a miracle of art, the ideal of morality coupled with the most urgent needs of a heart and senses. And after a few skirmishes and lamentations, every one adapts himself to this compromise, and tries to make himself as comfortable as possible, as though in an uncomfortable carriage in which one must journey for a long time. The most considerate, the most virtuous lovers, however, are continually looking forward to the fortunate day when all hypocrisy will be eliminated, and physical and moral loves united will give them the right to build a nest in which sentiment and voluptuousness will keep faithful company. And in the meantime we just go on between a reticence and a lie, the heart to the wife of another, the body to the courtesan. Those young men who adapt themselves too easily to this ignominious and degrading compromise with their conscience are cruelly punished for their crime, since they will not know the richest and most splendid treasures of youthful love. Do not lie, do not betray, do not seek your love in the mire, but in the sky, and then abandon your heart and senses to the wave that carries you to paradise. Inhale all the perfumes, pick all the flowers of a garden over which no winter breeze ever blows, and where for every petal that falls 100 new corollas blossom. Be rich, be recklessly rich, be gods at least once in your life. Nature concedes a day of spring even to the most miserable creature, and weaves a garland on the head of the lowliest of men. Remember, there is no coffer in which an hour of sunlight can be kept, no artifice of chemical science that can preserve a blooming rose. The fortunate young man who has not subjected his love to the process of decomposition we have described loves ardently, recklessly, splendidly. His love is a sunny day in May, without clouds, without chills, without sorrows. It is a feast where weariness, fatigue, and delusions are unknown. He lives because he loves, and he loves because he lives. He burns his incense to the goddess, but he is chaste and knows very little of lasciviousness. He is sometimes so pure as to call a blush on the face of a woman who, being in her 30s, already loves too knowingly. He neither measures nor weighs, and who has ever dared to reduce to a mathematical formula the force of a thunderbolt or the kilogrammeters of an earthquake? And the loves of a young man are thunderbolts or earthquake. A young man is not very jealous. He is less so in any case than the adult and the old. He is too confident, too happy to doubt, and besides he has no time. His lips are wreathed in a perpetual smile. A golden ray of sunlight rests on his brow like a halo of bliss. There is no tomorrow for him except under the form of a continuation of the happiness of today. He does not remember the past, and in good faith believes himself to have always loved his goddess, even when he did not know her. He believes in inborn loves, as the philosopher of old used to believe in congenital ideas. O happy youth! If the young man is the most powerful, the most ardent lover, the adult is the most skilful. The use and abuse of life have somewhat dulled his spirit, almost extinguished the flames of passion, but no excessive impatience, no needless timidity, no sudden explosions of desire oppose any obstacle to the blissful perfection of his loves. He loves with shrewdness, with passion, with a most subtle art. He is 100 times more libertine than the youth, but also more delicate, richer in exquisite tastes, belonging to the world of thought. The youthful lover is a nude and often ferocious savage. The adult has become civilized from long experience, and is clothed with the blandishments of his art. His most spontaneous sympathies are for unripe fruit, for the flowers still enclosed within the untouched and thorny calyx of innocence and ignorance. But he likes to love the independent woman as well, the widow and the matron. He is essentially eclectic. His joys are scarcer than in the days of youth, but they are more precious because rendered more savory by a certain economy, almost verging on avarice. He knows that his hours are numbered, and follows with a caress every coin he spends. Before parting with it, he bestows upon it a look of affection and regret. Rich in memories, but poor in hope, he concentrates all his cares, patience, and attention on the present. He is the ablest, the wisest master of love, and when health and freshness of heart do not desert him, he can awaken ardent and lasting passions, and preserve them for a long time. Woman, much less than man, is bent on inquiring about white hair and birth certificates, and if she only feels that she is loved deeply and ardently, she willingly forgets half a score of years and more of the age of her companion. In the love of the adult man for the young woman, one feels always a benevolent and sympathetic protection, an almost paternal affection, full of tenderness and generous impulses. This characteristic tends to deprive mature love of some of the warmest and most voluptuous expansions, to cool down the volcanic explosions of youthful love, but the paternal affection, which might easily tend to become authority and eliminate the perfect equality between the two lovers, is tempered in adult man by a deep and hidden mistrust of himself. The young man asks for love on his knees, but knows that he is legitimately entitled to it, and often from the humble position of a beggar of alms, prostrated in the dust, he leaps to his feet, demanding with the force of beauty, genius, passion, that which he could not obtain by humility. A mature man, on the contrary, has lost many rights, and his requests are made with greater constraint, with a reserve full of grace and delicacy. He often implores with a tenderness so ardent and a tone so supplicatory that it is difficult to answer with a refusal. The continual alternation of an authority that teaches and an authority that implores gives the adult love the most characteristic hue, the most conspicuous mark. And when poor nature, medicated by art, has succeeded in attaining love, the precious affection firmly fixes itself on it, and thrusts its roots into the deepest recesses of the heart. The adult has tenacious passions, and none is more faithful in love than he. Often, conditions being equal, he is the best husband, and not only through egotism does the bridegroom seek a bride a few years younger than himself. Man grows old later than woman, and two ignorant and very young people seldom wed without exposing themselves to the most serious dangers. The woman of 30 also loves with modesty, with deep tenderness, with religious fidelity, with avaricious sagacity. The man who is growing old is the trunk of a tree, on which every day a branch withers, and from which every gust of wind detaches a handful of yellow leaves. When the entire tree is dead, then upon the ruins of love rises an implacable hatred for those who love and are loved. The cruel domestic inquisitions and a posthumous ridiculous ostentation of forced continence or mummified modesty will then poison the existence of the intolerant old man, who avenges himself upon the young people for his misfortune in not being longer able to love. It is an inexorable law which condemns those old men to mystic and wrathful meditations, because in all times and in all countries the last spark of lust serves to light the bilious taper on the altar of superstition. Most unfortunate is the poor young girl who must have as a confidant of her first loves an irascible and bigoted old woman, to whom love is a synonym of lechery and affection of sin. Less monstrous and less cruel is the deformity of a Chinese foot than the contortions which a youthful love must undergo in the hooked and yellow clutches of intolerant bigotry. Man, however, is a tree so robust and vigorous that it rarely dies all at once, and in the old man there often remains flourishing the only branch of lust. It is then that the economy of the adult turns into real avarice. Lust becomes lasciviousness, and love assumes unheard of forms worthy of Tiberius and Caligula. The lust of the old man, warmed by the stifling atmosphere of vice, is like a mushroom produced by the fetid artifices of horticulture, and bears fruits which give out in the distance the stench of the manure in which they were raised. Nor can the name of love be given to those lusts, but they should be given that of erotic mercature, of prostitution of innocence, to the calculus of probability of life, or to the expectation of an inheritance. And yet some powerful lovers maintain ghosts of desire until their extreme decrepitude, and like eels go on rubbing their frothy paunches in the hot mire of the lowest social strata, To their last breath with their ossified hands they strip of leaves the rose bushes and purchase at fabulous prices an I love you icier than snow, more deceitful than Tartuffe. The man of high type, too, can love until old age, but then, lust being spent, every right of conquest having been abandoned, love soars to the highest spheres of the ideal world, and becomes a sublime contemplation of feminine beauty. Whether before the maiden and heroic greatness of Joan of Arc, or the startling sensuality of the statue of Phryne by Bazaghi, hearing the lively prattling of a girl of 14, or at the sight of a calm and plump matron, even a venerable old man, without any offense in words or acts, feels moved, and perhaps under the childlike or compassionate caresses of a woman his eyes will fill with tears, and if he is a believer, he will invoke the benedictions of heaven on the most beautiful half of the human family. If even the old man can love a young woman, the old woman also can love a young man, but their love should be a serene contemplation of the beautiful, a suave remembrance of joys possessed for a long time, and ardent aspirations for an ideal which is ever loved, because it is never attained. Even the white-haired old man can, without offending the modesty of her who cannot be his any more, caress with paternal affection the curls of Eve, adore in her the most splendid manifestation of the aesthetic forces of nature, warm his cold imagination again at the ardent fire of others' loves, and without envy and without regrets, but with sweet satisfaction, he can say, I too have done my duty. Do yours now. I too have loved without sowing the seeds of remorse for my old age. Try you, and follow my example. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love in relation to temperaments, of the ways of loving. 1. I shall not repeat in these pages for the 100th time the criticism of temperaments as they were described by the ancient schools, in which I have expounded in many of my works, small and large. Not everybody has accepted my standards of classification, but all agree with me in the belief that temperaments have had their time, and that hygiene, medicine, psychology await from the progress of modern physiology the elements to determine, as science requires, the physical and moral characteristics of a human individual. Against this impotency of modern physiology I have protested, changing the name of temperament to that of individual constitution. Innocent revenge of all men who, when powerless to change a thing, satisfy their rage by changing its name. Every man loves in his own way, and as we bring to love the greatest possible tribute of psychical elements, it follows that human loves differ more than hatreds, more than the manners of eating, of motion, of will. The lower we descend from the branches to the trunk, the more human elements resemble each other. The higher we ascend to the loftiest branches of the tree, the more the elements diverge and differ. Ask a woman of easy virtue, or a Don Juan, how many are the methods of loving, and they both not only will answer that every one loves in a different manner, but will add that the manners themselves are so extraordinarily different that calling all these most variform ways of loving by the one name of the same sentiment excites repugnance. It is true that some authors have amused themselves by describing a sanguine love, a nervous love, a lymphatic love, a hepatic love, but these pictures are innocent pastimes, arabesques traced on the epidermis of human nature, and the schools of psychology and literature, which succeed each other, so completely obliterate these arabesques that not the least trace of them is left. Even when, instead of the caricatures of temperaments, we should succeed in delineating a true family of human constitutions, it would be very difficult to class under it all forms of love. The thousands and thousands of color cases of the Roman mosaic maker are sufficient to classify the innumerable tints that an expert eye succeeds in discerning. But who will give me a palette so gigantic that I may spread on it all the polychromic mixtures, all the simple and compound colors, all the protiform iridescences offered by the human light when it strikes the powerful prism of love. The question as to the quantity of love which an individual may feel is the easiest to solve, but it is also one of the most important. In every psychological problem there is an element of quantity, and as it is the simplest, it is also the most visible. It is, I would almost say, the skeleton of the phenomenon, and we should grasp it eagerly as the thread which guides us through the labyrinth of these studies. Many men, even if possessing a lofty mind and a gentle heart, have asked themselves seriously, and more than once, whether they were capable of loving, unacquainted as they were with all that world of mysteries and passions which they found described in many books and heard from the mouths of some enamoured friends. To those men my book, although I've striven to contain it within the limits of a physiological study, may seem an exaggeration, a caricature of nature. Now, all those men are petty and weak lovers. To them love is an intermittent prurience that begins at 18 years and ends, perhaps, at 40 or 50 at the latest, a prurience that stands somewhere between pleasure and bother, and which can be morally cured by only one medicine, woman. This medicine, so they say, is sometimes worse than the disease, and it is necessary to reflect at length and with great care whether preference should be given to that prurience which poets call love, or to that other load which naturalists call the female of man, and the courteous dictionaries woman. When these eunuchs of the sentiment of love prefer the woman, they may find that this animated object, so like ourselves, is also tolerably pleasing and congenial, and a sweet and tender habit of benevolence may tie them to this companion whom they love, and truly love in their own way, that is, calmly, prudently, suavely. These unhappy creatures have more than one reason to ask of themselves whether what they feel is love, and 1,000 reasons to inquire of true lovers. But tell me now, will you explain to me what this love is? The moon radiates heat, frogs too develop heat. Well then, these gentlemen too do love. Peaceful love, petty or cold love, call it what you will, does not exclusively belong to the male, but on the contrary, it offers, although more rarely, its most perfect forms in woman. Man, however weak a lover he may be, cannot renounce the mission of sex, which compels him to attack, assault, declare that war, which must lead him to conquest. Woman, on the contrary, if she be born a eunuch, need not attack her companion in the slightest way. She can, if she so wishes, avoid the trouble of directing her gaze toward her lover, or opening her lips to say yes. To let herself be loved will be enough. How many romantic delights in these few words! To let herself be loved, to leave to others every labor of conquered timidity, of injured modesty, every strategy, every tactic of moral violence, to let the other struggle and reserve for herself alone the voluptuousness of slightly opening the door, or even letting others open it. To let herself be loved. What aesthetic heavenly beatitude, what voluptuousness of soft undulations and carnal prurience, what wonderful warmth of sweet caresses, and then no responsibility for the future of a passion which has never been confessed, no storm, a calm lake, without tempest, without tides. And if the heart, full of sentiment, would take the liberty of a restless throb, to apply then and there a cataplasm to bring it back to its duty, and modesty to justify the perpetual ice, and virtue to apologize for the absence of aroma. Oh, why did not heaven make us out of this blessed soft sweet paste? Oh, why can we not reduce love to a problem of hygiene and regime? From this zero of the amatory scale we gradually rise to the maximum degree of the barometer, where every metal is melted and volatilized, and the entire human organism is transformed into a red and incandescent vapor that burns everything it touches. There are tremendous lovers who have loved before they were men, who will love too when they are men no longer. There are women who have loved perhaps since they were closed in the maternal womb, and will love even the sexton who will nail down the cover on the cold coffin which contains their morbid flesh. There are men and women in whom every affection takes a sensual form, and love absorbs them like a sponge, born, grown, and dead in the saline depths of a tropical sea. Having neither time nor patience to wait, they love the first comer to whom they lend their affections, and their imagination. Then, discouraged but not wearied, they love the next comer, and, always loving more than they are loved, they remain with their thirst forever unquenched. Happy they are when they succeed, although rarely in being satisfied with consecutive loves, but oftener they precipitate quickly into polygamy, where, through sophisms, reticences, and compromises with conscience, they love this one with the heart, that other one with the mind, and all of them with the senses. They have a first love, an only love, a true love, but too frequently they forget the names of such loves, and use them to designate too many different lovers, and like the octopus they stretch forth their numerous avid sucking arms to reach the hot succulent flesh of the feminine cosmos. Among these polygamists there are some who love only with the heart, others only with the senses, while to a few giants nature concedes the sad gift of a twofold thirst for affection and voluptuousness. Between these two poles, which mark the extreme degrees of amatory intensity, plods the innumerable mass of those men who are neither John Juans nor chaste Josephs, the numberless women who are neither Messalinas nor Joans of Arc. Besides the variform force of amorous needs, the sentiment which we are now studying together assumes a different character according to the passion which predominates in the individual, and by which love is marked as proud, humble, egotistical, vain, furious, jealous. And around these binary compounds of love and pride, of love and egotism, of love and vanity, there are grouped many other minor elements, which, although with less energetic affinity, still form a homogeneous whole that might be called a temperament of love, or a constitutional form of love. I shall try to sketch some of them from nature. End of chapter 16:1. Chapter 16 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love in relation to temperaments, of the ways of loving. 2. Tender love. This love is more frequently felt by men of mild and gentle character. It has shaded outlines and little relief. Emotion surprises them for the slightest cause. Tears are always ready to gush forth at the first impulse of joy or sorrow. A perennial compassion and an inexhaustible tenderness drown declarations of love. Ardors of voluptuousness and outbursts of affection in a most sweet sea of milk and honey. Tender love is suppliant, lachrymose, and faithful. It often touches the boundaries of sensual love, but never enters that sea under full sail. It is a love that is frequently constant and trustworthy, almost as immutable as an old and serene friendship. It has, however, a tendency to being disconsolate and mournful, if not querulous, and it sighs, sobs, or weeps too often. Nevertheless, it is capable of wonderful expansiveness, which, however interminable, is pregnant with intense joy and sweet solace, and predisposes us to universal benevolence, to philanthropy, to forgiveness. It is a Christian, evangelical love that delights more in a caress than in a kiss, and in lingering kisses more than in sudden battles. Its most aesthetic forms are found in the woman whom we readily exculpate from a certain weakness, and who may even swoon without making herself ridiculous. Persons with fair complexion, Germans, and lymphatic creatures love in this way. Contemplative love. A high aesthetic sense, an irresistible tendency to inertness, and limited genital needs constitute the soil in which germinate and grow the various forms of contemplative love. It is a lofty love, too lofty. It has something of the mystic and the supernatural. The lover places his idol very high and prostrates himself before it, lavishing upon it every kind of adoration and incense. Contemplative love is situated in the anterior lobes of the brain. It affects but slightly the sombre depths of the heart, and hardly skims over the warm wave of voluptuousness. It lives on ecstasies and contemplations, and making of the creature it loves a god or a goddess. It forgets too frequently that the god comprehends a human male, the goddess a human female, This sublime forgetfulness makes of this love the greatest cuckold ever known, because nature can neither be forgotten nor offended with impunity, and while one adores and is absorbed in admiration in the temple, the warlike and rapacious love profanes the tabernacle and carries off the god. Contemplative love lives on the frontiers of pathology, and properly belongs to archaic, fanatic, and mystic persons. Disillusioned and betrayed, they accuse love of simony and falsehood when they themselves are only too guilty of having caused their own sorrows and their own bitter disappointments. Sensual love. This is one of the most ardent, most inebriating, most tenacious of loves, because it springs from the most fruitful and spontaneous source of sensual affections. It is the most sincere and most powerful of loves, because it satisfies one of the most natural and most irresistible needs of man. But its foundation rests on a shifting ground. Beauty and its ardours are indicated by too deep a note, desire. It never lies, it does not wrap itself in the 100 cloaks of amorous hypocrisy, but is nude, entirely nude, and in its nudity often modest. Brazen or tender, insatiable or satisfied, rash to the point of insolence, it is, however, always itself. The tremendous attraction of two great and opposite organic units, a burning thirst that seeks the cool water of the alpine spring, the most vigorous clash of the two most gigantic forces in the world of the living. From voluptuousness to voluptuousness, if youthful strength does not accompany it, it usually slides into lasciviousness, where it sinks deeper each day that passes, and with the decline of each force, and down, down it plunges, until it reaches the filth of domestic libertinism, or that of the wandering Venus. It is inexhaustible in discoveries and inventions, indefatigable in voluptuousness. It is also a sublime artist. It may emit high musical notes of tenderness and show warm and fascinating tints. Born in the lowest depths of the animal man, it rarely rises to the high spheres of the ideal, and knows no dignity, no delicacy, no heroism. Rather, it is often suppliant to the point of baseness, impure to nausea. It accepts a bone to gnaw, just as it accepts voluptuousness without love. It does not matter to sensual love whether voluptuousness is reached by the sole moral path of love, but it accepts it also through this way. It seeks it by all possible ways, and it conquers, steals, buys love. It goes even so far as to borrow it, to commit forgery, provided it gets it. Let its insatiable prurience be but appeased, and sensual love will act as mediator or pander for the loves of others, become usurer, thief, and forger with the same callousness. This love is generally masculine. In women, even licentiousness always dons a splendid robe of sentiment and hides its too insolent nudity. Ferocious love. Perhaps the term which is applied to this love is stronger than it should be, but in painting a psychical picture one is irresistibly inclined to exaggerate the colouring or the outlines, and give the subject more relief than it has in nature. Abnormal development of the sense of ownership, amplified by conceit, and joined to a certain impetuosity of character, such is the most natural source of all those violent loves, which I class under the common name of ferocious love. Its birth is nearly always like the eruption of a volcano, and accompanied by so many storms and fits of affection, and such clashing of energies, that one would suppose that instead of a love, a hatred had come into existence, and this original sin follows it through life, and ends only with death. We see this love distribute handshakes with such strength that we say they are titanic convulsions, kisses that seem bites, embraces that look like homicides, and we behold it as a tyrant without jealousy, a fury without anger, insatiable even after possession, because voluptuousness does not calm, nor fidelity always satisfy it. Venus, triumphant and not disarmed, would represent this love in all the sublime greatness of its forces. If kindness of habits or the patient file of education does not succeed in smoothing its angles, it often becomes rugged and even brutal. So must have loved our most remote ancestors of the caves of the Palisades, who continuously bathed in the blood of hunt and war, and stained their hands with blood in love as well, as woman also was the prey belonging to the strongest and most audacious. As it is easy to imagine, man generally is the one who loves ferociously, but woman too occasionally feels this cruel form of love, and the more attached she is to her lover, the more she torments him, and the deeper she plunges the claws of her passion into the depths of his body, to feel its heat and to say with voluptuous fury, "This too is mine." Proud love. This form is a binary combination of 1 part of love and 10 parts of self-love. When proud love is satisfied, when it is in all the pomp of its happiness, it may appear as a pure, great, sublime love, but as soon as self-love suffers a sting, it froths and swells like a snail or a basilisk, and shows the dual nature of its energy in all its nudity. Even in the few moments when this affection is entirely happy, it never betokens it, nor does it abandon itself to an unrestrained confession of beatitude or bliss, for the same reason that the rustic never admits that he admires new and great things. Proud love thinks more of being loved than of loving. It always speaks of rights and often does not know of duties. Rich in exactions and poor in consideration, it swells up with pride, if fortunate, and murmurs at the slightest suspicion. It is the most jealous of loves, and among the most unhappy, among the poorest in sweet abandonments and ingenuous voluptuousness. Even in the most secret intimacy, it never unfolds its thoughts for fear of ridicule or of spoiling a crease of the starched paludament in which it has wrapped itself. It is never the first to concede a caress, but expects it as a right and a duty. It is a love which, to be approached, requires infinite attentions, ceremonies, formalities, which quickly becomes tiresome and often disgusting. It exacts fidelity, not as a dear reciprocation of affection, but as a right of its own dignity, and easily pardons such sins as the world does not become aware of. It is a sterile, barren, sickly love. Excoriated love. Because of its origins, this form of love is often confounded with the preceding, but it is still more unhappy, and rightfully belongs to the pathology of the heart. It is a love that can be sincere, tender, and passionate, but it is so irritable and such a grumbler that a mosquito would annoy it, and a pebble in its path cause it to cry against misfortune and treachery. Like the Epicurean of old, it cannot sleep unless a folded rose-leaf is placed in its bed. It also seeks, like all human affections, the goal of its aspirations, but never reaches it, because suspicion, susceptibility, and fear stop it at every step, freeze the words on its lips, weaken its arms in the embrace, extinguish its flame when hardly lighted. I compare this affection with a St. Bartholomew, obliged to walk among brambles and over rocks bristling with points, and for this reason I have given it the strange and new name of excoriated love. The French would call it un amour mauvais couture. It is perhaps the most wretched of loves, because besides the natural misfortunes, which are the inevitable lot of every daughter of Eve and every son of Adam, it creates its own troubles and enlarges them with the lens of the most unhappy imagination. Excoriated love is a fatal still which transforms rose petals into poison ivy, honey into wormwood, aroma into fetidness, nourishment into venom. If kissed, it murmurs because the kiss was too violent or too cold. If caressed, it suspects that the caress may have had a second end in view. Even in the ecstasies of creation, it would ask of the Creator why he had made the light so soon or so late. Whoever is loved by these unfortunates has always the right to address them with the words of the courtesan of Venice to the unhappy and mad philosopher of Geneva: Zanito, Zanito, ti non ti ex fatto per fa all'amor. Johnny, Johnny, you are not made to make love. And yet these unfortunate creatures love, and love deeply, and it is the enviable glory of powerful lovers to cure and win them over to the point of making them confess that at least once in their lives they were truly, faithfully, and passionately loved. It is one of the most admirable triumphs of the amatory art to find a fabric so fine that it can touch the excoriated flesh of those poor unfortunates, and create for them an artificial atmosphere in which they may be able to move without groaning, breathe without coughing, and live without cursing life. These forms of love which I have poorly outlined are but rarely found in nature in a simple state, but are complicated and interwoven with each other, forming 1,000 pictures, a real mine of resources for art, a veritable treasure of torments for the psychological thinker. No man loves like another, and no man loves perfectly in the manner in which the type of a sublime love can be idealized in the regions of thought of our brain. The perfect harmony of one love lacks a note of sensuality, that of another a tone of energy. One is too restless, another too languid, a third too violent. Even the most fortunate creatures, those who possess a just measure of voluptuousness, of sentiment, and of poetry, even those who know they are loved ardently and faithfully, aspire to a love more perfect than that which they feel, and better than that which they receive. And when this thirst for the ideal does not induce us to violate the compact of fidelity, we should not complain, because love too must obey the common law, which compels us ever to aspire to purer regions, richer in splendours, and warmer with ardours. At early dawn, love awaits the promise of a warm noon, and in the burning sultriness looks forward with eager anticipation to the cool twilight of the evening. It is spurred by that impulse which drives forward men and things, matter and force, and the bliss of to-day expects a more intense voluptuousness for to-morrow. If this unquenchable thirst for the better should cease in us, it would be simply because life is spent in us. If the irresistible desire for a higher love should cease, it would be simply because, as light to the blind, the heavenly regions of the ideal, those regions where numberless targets are gathered, at which are aimed the glances and the arrows of the human family, have all at once been closed to us. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Hell of Love. 1. Pain, so rich in afflictions and tortures, in its varieties, as infinite as the grains of sand in the ocean, and as deep as the ocean's abysses, has reserved its greatest bitterness, its most cruel torments for love. And so it was to be. The warmest passion was to turn into the most inflexible frigidity. The deepest was to precipitate itself into the sombrest depths. The richest in joys to be the most fecund in sorrows. From the fleeting breeze of a suspicion more rapid than the lightning, more evanescent than a word written in the soft sand of the seashore, to the certain consciousness of an unexpected betrayal, from the impatience of him who for one instant awaits his beloved, to the prolonged desperation of him who can no longer wait, love evinces all the notes of affliction, all the torments of the senses, all the tortures of sentiment. Of the bones which are scattered every day on the long path through which the human family passes on this planet, many were left by love, and suicide, homicide, and insanity count in cemeteries and hospitals a much greater number of victims than are reckoned in the summary statistics of our sociologists. All this, of course, is for those who love with heart and mind, and not with senses only. He who sees in love a question only of regime and hygiene recovers from the loss of his sweetheart with a tear and a new conquest, cures betrayal with betrayal, and with licentiousness heals every malady of the heart, and drowns all his sorrows in his libertinism. I certainly have neither strength nor courage sufficient to accompany the reader into the lower regions of the amorous hell. If you have already passed your 30th year, you surely must have among the memories of your past some half hour of desperation and some sleepless night which make you shudder only by recalling them. You must have suffered certain torments, compared to which Dante's infernal region will seem blooming flower beds to you, and you must imagine that nature rarely torments one man with all the tortures of the amorous passion. In human nature some sorrows make the heart incapable of suffering certain others, and the morbid rage of jealous pride protects us against the bitter sob of a generous sorrow, just as the chaste reserve of a modest nature deprives us of the possibility of suffering the ardent thirst for certain pleasures. If you wish to open just a little the door of this hell, if you want to sound its abysses with a passing glance, imagine on one side all the hopes, all the voluptuousness, all the riches of love, and on the other all the fears, all the bitternesses, all the miseries. And after this cruel exposition of the joys and sorrows of love, you will not have ended yet, because the fields of sufferance are 100 times larger than those where joy is sown. The physical possession of a woman is one, the tortures of a man beholding the fruit near without its being able to touch it are thousands, and this example will suffice for all. Thus, as the antithesis of life is death, in its presence all the arrows of our pride lose their sharpness, all our hopes are torn, all our joys shattered. In the delirium of passion and pride we all repeat hundreds of times, I would have her dead rather than belonging to another, 1,000 times buried but not unfaithful. And frequently the man who utters this blasphemy, his lips livid and his hair standing on end, stains his hands with blood by plunging them into the bosom of a victim. Folly and delirium, hurricanes of the heart, where love and hatred, pride and love, crime and torture clash and blend in the tumult of a dreadful storm. But love, which truly loves, infinite love, which transforms man into the half of a creature that suffers and desires, ideal love that few feel and few see dimly in the twilight of a suprasensible region which their hands cannot reach, recognizes no greater torture than the death of the beloved. Oh yes, let indifference, contempt, hatred, betrayal come, but that the dear one may live. Let others have this creature whom we have believed to be ours, into whose veins we have poured our blood. Let this temple, perfumed with the incense of our thoughts, with the durable love of all our passions, become the temple of another God. Let our flowers be trampled upon, our crowns broken, ourselves driven away by the rough broom of the sexton, but let the God live who sojourns there. Let the idol of our life shine on the altar, dejected like a fugitive, despised like a criminal, vituperated like a spy. In the cold and distant solitude we drink, drop by drop, a bottomless cup of gall, and every drop is bitterer than the last. But we know that she breathes the air of our planet, which we too breathe. We know that she is inebriated by the same sun that warms us. We know that among the numberless shadows that wander through the spaces of the invisible, there is a creature around whom the air becomes mellower and the light brighter, that there are certain clods of earth which yield to the weight of a body that we love. No, as long as the woman we love lives, hope does not lose all its feathers, and far, far away, less tangible than a dream, more invisible than the regions of heaven, more inconceivable than eternity, it still soars on our horizon, perhaps not believed, not confessed, but it still lives and keeps us alive. But when we still live and she is dead, when we are still so cowardly as to live, to breathe, to eat, and she is buried in the humid miasma of a wooden coffin, when all the world still exists and she is dead, when the joy of 1,000 flowers that blossom in every ray of light, the trills of 1,000 birds that sing of love, the groups of the fortunates who embrace each other, and the benedictions of so many happy creatures are nothing but a frame to a gelid void, a dark world, when we remain suspended between an infinity of joy that was ours, and an infinity of sorrow that is ours, and shall be ours tomorrow, and as long as we are so cowardly as to live, then we may look upon suicide as the supreme joy of life, as the most sublime of human prides. Then we may understand how man can in a flash dream of the great voluptuousness of mingling his bones with those of another creature. Then we can understand how imagination can smile at the idea of the embrace of two corpses, of the fusion of two ashes, of the resurrection of two existences, extinguished in the perfume of two flowers grown upon a human grave, and which the wind blandly brings together that they may kiss again. In the silence of the cemeteries there are some flowers that kiss each other, and to which, perhaps from under the earth, responds the quivering of certain bones. There are certain lips on our planet which closely pressed against each other one day, which death cruelly separated, and which a second death has reunited forever. And when we survive, it is because a new organism has been created in us, and today we are no longer what we were yesterday. The thoughts of the past, the limbs of the past, all that we were yesterday is dead, dead forever. From the withered trunk of our existence, science, duty, friendship, paternal or maternal, or filial love, cause a new branch to shoot forth, which reproduces the ancient tree, and the common passer-by seeing the same leaves, the same flowers, the same fruits, believes that only one corpse is buried there, but he is in error. We can survive certain sorrows on one condition only, to accomplish the miracle of dying today in order to be born anew tomorrow with the same name, but with a new life. And for the honor of human nature, these survivors remain the faithful and silent priests of the vanished God, like those Peruvians who, on the summits of the Andes, amidst the eternal glaciers of the Sorata or of the Illimani, still worship the God of their fathers. To understand certain sorrows is the proof of a lofty mind. To have experienced them is the glory of a martyr, which exalts and purifies us. I feel very sure that many who weep for love, either because their love is not returned, or because they fear deception if they have not already been deceived, or because of their bitter disappointment when they found that they had burned their incense to an idol of clay or a statue of marble, will repute my description exaggerated. Yet it is nevertheless a pallid picture of a sorrow which pen of men will never be able to portray from nature, but succeed only in divining from afar. To many death, the absolute evil in the presence of which every hope perishes, seems preferable to the torture that threatens life yet does not kill, which opens the wounds and hinders the work done by nature to heal them. I wish that these gentlemen may never have the opportunity of making the cruel comparison for themselves, of experiencing the effects of an assimilated anatomy of two great sorrows, one of which is termed death, the other desperation. If they truly love, may they die earlier than their beloved. This is the sweetest blessing that I can offer them from the pages of my book. Love is a passion so fervid and so deep that we must not wonder if it has abrupt convulsions and sudden swoons. Accustomed to dwell always in lofty regions, to have but extreme voluptuousness for nourishment, to vibrate with the highest notes of sentiment and the delirium of the senses, it may instantaneously become possessed, when it least expects it, by unreasonable fears, idiotic suspicions, inexplicable restlessness. By this I do not mean diffidence, jealousy, disgust, weary libertinism, or bitter disappointments, but a vague and shapeless fog that invades the heart, which by feeling too deeply has become languid, and congeals the nerves exhausted from excessive quivering. It is an indefinable hysteria, which from a slight disorder may develop into a most intense bitterness. An immense love, whatever the source of the heart from which it springs forth, is always followed by the shadow of an infinite fear. You adore your child. You have left him for 5 minutes on the lawn, or in your garden, intent on filling his little cart with sand. He was as rosy and fresh as the flowers near him, as bright as the sun that gilded his curly locks. Now, while you are seated at your table, you have wished to call him. I know not why, perhaps to hear the sweet sound of his silvery voice, and he does not answer you. You call him again and again in silence. He is utterly absorbed in the ponderous care of his wagon, but you, flying in a few seconds over 1,000 miles of thought, have imagined that he was dead, that a snake had bitten him, that he had fallen in a swoon. Who knows the fantastic visions that have passed through your mind? With your heart throbbing, your skin in a perspiration, you are afraid to rise and wish to defer for a moment the spectacle of a cruel loss. Of these and greater follies we are given a sad spectacle every day by that love of loves, which alone was called by this name as the prince and god of all the amorous sentiments. Neither the most patient and long observation of human phenomena, nor the most lively imagination could enable us to divine all the petty tortures that lovers inflict upon themselves, perhaps to obey that cruel law which, according to some persons, has decreed that no one shall be happy on this planet. In this field of evil, temperament is everything. To some individuals the phrase of Linnaeus concerning the loves of the cat may be applied, qua mondo misere amat. For these unfortunates, we have already described them, love is imbued with so much bitterness and surrounded by so many nettles that it actually resembles a bramble, all thorns and wormwood. Suspicious, fastidious, melancholy, they fear everything, scrutinize everything, they pass everything through the sieve, they pulverize everything looking for the mite or the poison in the kiss, they suspect ice in the caress, indifference of the impulses, they feel only the shock, only the blows, and then even that little honey that love has for all, they wish to keep under watch in so many tabernacles and under so many seals, that they are very fortunate when they can find and relish it. from a jealous Jeremiad, they fall into an hysterical soliloquy, and have hardly emerged from a gloomy meditation on the infidelity of man, when they fall into the autopsy of a love letter. These creatures were certainly born under an unlucky star, and even if nature should make them a gift of a Venus draped by the Graces, or an Apollo with the brain of Jupiter, they would still be always unhappy, because bitterness is on their lips, and not in the cup of love. End of chapter 17:1. Chapter 17 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hell of Love 2. There is perhaps no greater torture than that which a woman must suffer when compelled to submit to the caress of a man whom she does not love. I do not mean by this the brutal violence that assimilates an embrace to homicide and relegates it to the criminal code and the prison. In this case we would have a human beast that strikes, bites, sheds the blood of a poor creature who swoons with terror or struggles powerlessly in the clutches of a tiger. They are sorrows which belong to the story of terror, to the bloodiest pages of supreme tortures. I intend to speak here of the caresses that a woman must accord to a man because law, money, or a surprise of the senses has sold her to him without love. I intend to speak of torture bitter, sombre, deep as infinity, and which assimilates the prostitute to the martyr. These sorrows, among the greatest that the human heart can suffer, were by a cruel nature almost exclusively reserved for woman. Man, by the special nature of his aggressive sex, must be spurred to the embrace by a sudden enthusiasm. His senses must be clouded by intense lust. In him voluptuousness can do without love, and physical love has a joy that is sufficient to conceal mercifully all his lack of sentiment and passion. For if indifference, hatred, contempt permeate him entirely, invading even the last entrenchments of love, then no caress in the world can revive it. No law, human or divine, can force him to accept a caress which to him is repugnant. There is no case in which the ancient theory of freedom of the will shows its ridiculous falsity as plainly as in this. Woman, however, may be as cold as ice, feel chilly shivers of aversion and loathing run through her entire body, hate a man to the desire of death, despise to abhorrence a man who is near to her, and yet in many cases she can, and in very many she must, submit to his caress. Frigid, with grief in her heart and hatred on her lips, she beholds the ardor of that man which burns but does not warm her. She looks on the sublimity of enthusiasm only as the culmination of ridicule. She discerns passion, but finds it simply grotesque. She perceives impetuosity, and for her it is nothing but violence. Instead of love, with its flashes, its lights, its perfumes, she sees, smells, touches simply a brutal force, which debases, prostitutes, pollutes her, an infinity of repugnance in an ocean of nausea. When woman has fallen into that mire, through her own fault, she cannot be more cruelly punished. The immensity of prostitution is avenged with an infinity of outrage. The holiest thing is plunged into the most fetid mud. The greatest joy gives place to the greatest shame. But when, on the contrary, the daughter of Eve is brought to the sacrifice of the body by the tyranny of the law, by the perverted tendencies of our moral education, when she finds herself led to that cruel misfortune through ignorance or through the fault of others, then, if she does not yet possess that skepticism which heals the heart, or that cynicism which shields it, if she still knows what modesty is, if she still remembers the trepidations of love, Then that poor woman drinks, drop by drop, the most cruel torture that any creature can endure. Then she passes through a long and merciless agony. To have dreamed for years and years of the promised land of love, to have conquered it inch by inch through the reveries of childhood and the rosy aurora of adolescence, to have felt an immense, horrible fear of dying before having loved, to have loved and to love, to be aware of a volcano in the heart, to be at the gates of paradise and inhale through the portal its inebriating perfumes, and then, after all this, to become conscious of having been transformed into a vessel which satisfies the thirst, to feel in the bosom a roaring beast, to be a part of the regime of a man like magnesia or leeches. Truly this is more cruel torture than the inquisitors ever invented. It is really too great a sorrow for a lonely, weak creature. What mass of meditations, what abysses of desperation are gathered in a few seconds in the head of a woman caressed by a man whom she does not love! What eloquence in silence, that silence which Ovid, the libertine, eagerly advised women to avoid! Often does a man press to his bosom a creature who does not love him, and whom he too heedlessly prostitutes, while the victim meditates a long, cruel revenge. More than one adultery, more than one assassination was conceived, discussed, vowed, in that moment when man, enjoying the supreme bliss, believed to have in his arms a happy creature. More than one embrace has generated twins, a new man and a new hatred, a tenacious and bitter hatred, which only the death of the one who hates can extinguish, since it often survives the death of its object. O men, you who see in love a cup too empty, and find in matrimony only an association of two capitals or a mechanism for reproducing the species, remember that for many creatures love is the first and the last of passions, the first and the last of joys, and remember that for very many women whom you neglect and perhaps despise, love is all of life. There is no nature so unhappy that its distress could not be relieved by another nature capable of mending the shreds of the heart, tempering the bitterness, straightening the rachitic limbs. There is no man, born weak or sickly, who could not become robust, if he only should live in a climate, be supplied with food, and surrounded with the physical and moral atmosphere that agrees with him. And I believe that the same can apply to love. If we could dedicate half a century to the search for the right woman, if Diogenes' lantern could be fitted with the electric light which modern science concedes to us, certainly among the 1,000 millions of human beings who tread this planet, we could and should be able to find the woman who would be happy with us and make us happy. Unfortunately, life is too short, and love is too rapid and exacting in its desires to make such a search possible, and even for the most fortunate and wisest creatures, a part of happiness is always among the unknown quantities, determined by chance and not by reflection. Hence many and beautiful natures are tied by love knots, and still are not happy, because characters fit each other on many sides of the human polygon, but not on all. The study of these contrasts, of these partial incompatibilities, would require the moral analysis of the entire man, of all his social vicissitudes, while many of those sorrows do not belong solely to love, but spring from all human affections, and poison friendship, fraternal, filial, and paternal loves. Some of them, however, are peculiar to the love of loves. To feel at the same hour, at the same moment, in the same degree, the stimulus of a desire, or the thirst for a caress, is a rare thing, a fortunate coincidence, which gilds with the most beautiful rays the happiest hours of life, but it can never be the bread of a daily bliss. In all other cases, thirst arises in one of the two, and is communicated to the other, so that a spark draws a spark, a caress generates caresses. It is an invitation of lips, a fluttering of wings, a harmonious note which calls from a bough to another bough, but it is always the invitation to a rendezvous, the awakening of one who slumbers. In these invitations, in these first skirmishes, the ridiculous always runs parallel, and very near to the sublime. Love stands between them, it is true, and never permits them to unite, but the least inadvertence, the least unscrupulous or heedless movement may bring the two elements into contact, and the ridiculous, wherever it touches, wounds self-love, and with it love. Even upon the most impatient, the most ridiculous, the most grotesque desires, you should throw at once the mantle of love to cover them. Every threat of ridicule then vanishes like vapor. No wounding of self-love is possible. I address myself to woman, because she oftener than we has the opportunity of healing these unsightly wounds, because she has her hand suavely ready to aid. Woe if your companion should blush through your fault, because you knew not at the proper time and place how to close your eyes, or shield them with the merciful veil of your hand or your love. How much bitterness, how much rancor and spite, how many nettles and thorns are found on the blooming paths of the most fervid passion, just because delicacy of sentiment does not always know how to reconcile the inequalities of the senses, because a too exacting modesty repels a too live ardor of temperament, or because woman does not decide with wise perception that the too exacting demands prompted by selfish love and not by love should be allowed to starve. By fleeing one may lose or conquer, by standing one's ground one may lose or conquer, but many flee when they should not recede, many stand firm when they should flee, hence many defeats which disappoint both conquerors and conquered, and love often lies on the ground drenched with its own blood. The tortures, the spites, the bitternesses, the wearinesses, the stings, the torments of love should be deeply studied, because they always move side by side with joy and voluptuousness, and very few are so fortunate as not to stumble against them. Much luck, a thorough knowledge of man, great experience can defend us from them, so that at the end of our career we may bless love, which, though with some slight sorrow, has perfumed our life with its most beautiful flowers. I have alluded only to some of the torments which populate the hell of love, but their number is infinite, their names are countless. In every field of sentiment, of senses, and of intellect, man possesses a much greater possibility to suffer than to enjoy. And when bliss is attained, and the veins are cut from which oozes the bitter sap of sorrow, it is always after a long fierce battle, in which we defend ourselves with all the weapons of nature and art. Here also, and here more perhaps than anywhere else, the weight of mental virtues is revealed in all its power, the influence of a noble and generous character in all its strength. The ardent and impetuous heart is not a source of greater amorous bitterness when the calm light of reason burns within it, when the sublime incapacity to commit base actions accompanies the desire for the good, when we enjoy more the pleasure we give than that which we receive. Weak and defective natures are strengthened and straightened when they have for support the robust column of an affectionate and noble nature. Even the rabid rancors of small hearts lose their bitterness in the calm blue ocean of a character which is all sweetness and sympathy. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Degradations of Love. 1. Love, being the most powerful agitator of human elements that was ever known, stirs the slime which is always found even in the noblest natures, while in men whose souls have been kneaded with sludge it becomes the greatest coefficient of vice and crime. Love, like all other sentiments, has a pathology of its own, a superior pathology because it so widens its sphere of action as to enclose a larger field and has more prepotent needs to satisfy. A man incapable of a base deed, even though dying of hunger, even though about to lose all that he holds most dear, may compromise with his conscience when a question of love arises, and many blemishes stain the texture of the noblest and loftiest natures. Love wants to possess us bound hands and feet, and this is an inexhaustible source of disgrace, guilt, mean cowardice, and great crimes. The degradations of love are as numberless as the grains of sand in the sea, as many as love's own delights. They are of every size, and adapt themselves to the infinite degrees of human baseness. It seems to me, however, that in a general study of physiology they can be reduced to two principal forms, that is to say, impotency and prostitution. Impotency is not only a disease that should receive the care of the physician or the hygienist, it is not only a case which requires the attention of the legislator, but it is a moral shame that must be thoroughly studied by the psychologist who endeavors to outline the natural story of love. In the very simplest organism of inferior animals, every desire of love ceases when age, disease, or a wound has exhausted the energy of the genital organs. In man, instead, the most irresistible and bestial needs are so teeming with psychical elements of the moral and the intellectual world as to survive the disease of the organ. An innocent man loves even without being aware of his manhood, and a woman can die of love, although knowing nothing of the existence of the womb. True it is, no amorous note arises in the eunuch, or if the phantoms of a strange lasciviousness are noticed wandering here and there, they are spectres that belong to the limbo of the most transcendent pathology. These poor pariahs of nature are, however, very rare, while our Rachitic civilization makes by hundreds the semi-eunuchs who fill with cuckoldly ornaments the sanctuary of the family and the low world of wandering loves. Statistics fortunately cannot obtain the exact number of these half-men and consign them to their inexorable files, be it enough for us to know that they are many, very many, much more numerous than feminine virtue and patience could tolerate. Nature's whole love, true love, nude but innocent love, is not all sentiment or thought, but also a function of reproductive life, a need of the senses. Martyrs and saints could mutilate themselves and die in the beatitude of their mutilations, but the majority of men does not consist of saints or martyrs. Every mutilation of love is a shame, and the most fecund generator of many other minor shames. In the chaste and cool dawn of early youth, more than one woman consented unwittingly to an infamous compact by which a man offered her a great name and great wealth in exchange for a yes. The wretched man loved her, desired her, but could not possess her as nature commanded man to possess woman. He wished to own the temple and feel the emotion of owning it, without having the right to enter it. Sometimes the eunuch was not an abject being, and did confess his shame before his betrayal, but the innocent maiden did not understand, and accepted the compact. And who does not believe himself a hero or a martyr at that age? And the eunuch embraced his precious prey, inundated her with sterile kisses, and endeavored to warm her with his impotent caresses, and the memorial statue of adolescent virginity trembled with new, and to her, incomprehensible emotions. Later on, the virgin realized that she was a woman, that in vain she was a woman, and love attacked and seized virtue, and felled it, despairing and imploring, and the covenant sworn in good faith was broken by the most powerful of affections. How many domestic misfortunes, what a fruitful stream of bastards, how many brigands spring from this contaminated source! O you real eunuchs, half eunuchs, quarter eunuchs, do not hope to be loved by a woman on whom you have imposed an infamous contract. No virtue, no oath can resist the sacred laws of love. Nobody is stronger than nature, and if you have found a heroine, why make a martyr of her? Do you want to be the executioner of her whom you say you love? And you, generous women, noble women, who can elevate to the highest regions even the lowest passion, do not accept any compact involving a mutilation of love. You, teachers of every kind of sacrifice, you think that you will make happy an outcast of nature. You impose upon yourselves, smiling perhaps, the sublime mission of redeeming a desperate man. But I assure you that neither virtue, nor sacrifice, nor heroism can stifle that formidable cry of the universe of the living that wants you to be wives and mothers, while the martyr, with the palm of sacrifice tightly pressed to her bosom, will try to smile. A cruel, deep, painful stab in her heart will warn her you, Eve and daughter of Eve, will become a mother only through a crime, will enter the sanctuary of sanctuaries, the tabernacle of maternity, only through the door of domestic treason. No, love is not all senses and all lust. Sentiment can be such a great part of it as to conceal voluptuousness in the most secluded recess of a hidden region. No woman can be happy even without voluptuousness if she only feels herself loved, but she wishes to love and should love a man. I appeal to all the daughters of Eve, and to be spared blushing, they may reply with a nod of the head and without moving their lips, Is it not true that you would prefer 100 times to be loved by a real man, even with a vow of chastity, rather than to be profaned and satiated with lust at the hands of a eunuch? Is it not true that above all you want to have for support that firm column called an honorable man? And certainly he is not an honorable man who claims the possession of a woman and demands to be loved by her when he is not a man. The half men who at 50 years of age aspire to have a family, after having dragged their half virility through the lasciviousness of prostitution and the dainties of the erotic kitchen, should never suppose that lechery can take the place of true love in a woman. They can prostitute their spouse, but they can never make her love them earnestly and deeply. They are foredoomed by the inexorable laws of nature to figure largely in the population of cuckoldom. When impotency falls like a thunderbolt on the head of two happy lovers, it is only a disease, a misfortune that concerns the physician and the pharmacist. But when it precedes love, it is cowardice, degradation, infamy. The honest man should never attempt to conceal it from himself or justify it. He should either courageously renounce love, a thing that does not concern him, or expose the sore and ask the arm hand of the surgeon to cut and cauterize it. Let him become a man again, and then see if he can aspire to the delights of sentiment. Before becoming a farmer, he should possess a farm. The complicated mechanism of our social organism, in the same manner as it offers to the thirst of ardent youth voluptuousness without love, imposes on many lovers with a more cruel amputation, love without voluptuousness. Here we have the two chief sources of the thousand sorrows which human society prepares for those who love: voluptuousness without love, that is, all the degradations and shames of prostitution; love without voluptuousness, that is, all the tortures of enforced chastity. Between these two hells the enamoured youth remains a long time suspended, until, to avoid death, he takes lechery and imagination into a sombre old boat, and flees away with them to hide in the reedy marshes and among the miasmas of self-abuse. The lowest of the degradations of love, and one which occupies a proper place between impotency and prostitution. Yes, as man enjoys all the Olympus of love, he must also submit to all its degradations. In the book which I will dedicate to the hygiene of love, this problem will be thoroughly studied. Here I shall refer to it only so far as it concerns the physiology of sentiment. It is painful to admit it, but it is true. Our modern society has rendered love so difficult to many unhappy creatures as to make them pass under the caudine forks of this cruel dilemma, either to buy voluptuousness and counterfeit love with it, or dream of love in the mire of solitary lasciviousness. In one way or the other we are forced to become counterfeiters, and to blush for ourselves at the manner in which we satisfy the most powerful of human needs. Solitary love is not only a sin against hygiene, and one which kills health and vigor, but it is also an offence against morals, a poison of happiness. He who repeatedly falls into the crime, and is frequently obliged to blush, tarnishes more every day the limpid purity of his own dignity, weakens the strong spring of virile resolutions, and becomes a greater coward in all the battles of life. While he blushes for himself and curses himself and the love that condemns him to a continuous debasement, he blushes more than ever in the presence of the woman of whom he does not feel worthy, and of whom he becomes less worthy at each fall. He poisons the wave of love at its very first source, and even when he later succeeds in loving, has spoiled the purity of his tastes and his aspirations, and in the arms of a woman who loves him complains of the solitary twinges of a morbid voluptuousness, like one who, having burned his mouth with the pungent tastes of pipe and brandy, can no longer relish the flavors of pineapple and strawberry. Love is the greatest of conquests, the sweetest of delights, the joy of joys. To renounce it in order to replace it with degradation is worse than a crime. It is an infamy. Better 100 times chastity with its sublime tortures, prostitution with its filth. True and complete love is a splendid banquet under the fragrant trees of a garden, amidst the glittering of the chalices, the harmonies of music, and the witty jests of friends. Solitary love is furtive meal with a bone picked up in the fetidness of a dunghill and gnawed in the dark. Prostitution is, after solitary abuse, the greatest degradation of love, and what is worse, it should be said, at once a necessary one in modern society. Tibullus hurls at it a splendid malediction: Iam tua qui venerem dacuisti vendere primus, quisquis es in felix urgiat assa lapis. Whoever thou art, who first hast taught to sell the pleasures of love, may an ill-boding stone crush thy bones. This imprecation, repeated by all moralists of every succeeding age, could not prevent for one day the sale of love, and universal experience demonstrates that St. Augustine was a sounder philosopher when he wrote Aufer meretricus de rebus humanis turbaveris omnia libidinibus constitu matronarum loco labe ac de decore de honesta veris. Take the prostitutes out of human things, and you will disturb the whole world with lust. Put them in the place of wives, and you will defile home with disease and dishonor. If St. Augustine had written but this sentence, I would proclaim him a great psychologist. In a few words, he has shown all the sides of the tremendous problem, given a lesson of toleration to the intolerant, of social science to economists, and today, after so many centuries, his words are as true, profound, and inexorable as when he addressed them to a world so different from ours. End of section 32. Chapter 18 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Degradations of Love 2. Difficult problems are not solved by fleeing from or by concealing them, and yet many physicians, many philosophers attempt to solve the most burning questions of modern society, after the manner of a child who, by closing his eyes, believes that he is fleeing from the dog that threatens him. To Dr. Monlau in Spain and Dr. Bergeret in France, who thought that they would be able to save society by abolishing prostitution, I replied in a few words which I wish to save from the shipwreck of the newspapers in order to gather them in the shadow of this book. I have never wondered at finding philosophers who study man in Fichte or in Kant without having ever touched his palpitating body or examined any of his fibers with the microscope, who advise the legislature to destroy in the social organism with iron and fire that livid and cancerous spot called prostitution. Neither have I given the alarm or extolled it as a miracle when I heard the auto da fe invoked against the houses of ill fame by moralists who have had the rare fortune of having been born without the sixth sense, or the still rarer merit of smothering it with the extinguisher of an iron will. But when I hear these intolerant cries from the mouth of a physician, I shake my head diffidently, and with a compassionate voice I ask myself, is he really a physician? Has this moralist actually seen a man in convulsive delirium, and cut into his cold and rigid flesh on the chilly marble slab of the anatomical cabinet? He who hurls the anathema at prostitution, is he really the physician who should act as a kind link between the legislator, who in man sees only a defendant to punish, and the philanthropist, who in him considers only an unhappy creature to heal and help? These and other questions I addressed to the illustrious Spanish physician Monlau, when he proposed to his government the absolute suppression of the houses of ill fame, and then I had the pleasure of seeing my poor words printed in the progressive Spanish medical journals. Now I make the same reproach to Dr. Bergeret, who in one of his memoirs on prostitution in the country places and small towns of France went so far as to fling the anathema against that caustic wound which civilization has opened in the diseased flesh of the modern social organism, and I, with a sad air, repeat to the French physician a melancholy tout quoque fili me. Bergeret lost much of his time and ink in narrating lurid stories of what occurred in some villages of France, and who does not know similar stories? We have them in Italy, in Germany. We can find them in every country where humanity loves and suffers, gets drunk and prostitutes itself, wherever the eyes of the authorities cannot penetrate into the most secret fissures of the social edifice, where lie concealed the lurid parasites that sting and devour us. But between deploring the evils that are the results of clandestine prostitution and destroying all toleration on this ground, there is an abyss over which the physician and the legislator should not pass on the waxen wings of an Arcadian flight, but which should be crossed over the solid bridge of a wise criticism. Then, my dear moralist, my dear theorist, you say that men learn vice in the houses of ill fame. But then, without taverns, would there be no assassins? Without pharmacists, would there be no poisoners? Without manufacturers of gunpowder and bayonets, would there be no wars? And who, pray, is the cause of the existence of houses of ill fame, taverns, daggers, poisons, firearms, if not man himself, that man whom you ought to be able to understand, if it is true that you also are made of the same dough? Your morals are those of the inquisitor who burns the sinner whom he cannot convert. They are as false and coarse as those of the legislator who has only the prison and the scaffold for the education of the guilty, as those of the surgeon who barbarously amputates the member which with a wiser, more merciful science he should preserve. Modern civilization substitutes the school for the inquisitor's stake, has more faith in books than in prisons and halters, more in preservative medicine than in the surgeon's knife, and as long as the social organism is diseased, as long as it is a poor creature imbued with evil humours, with many curious bones and many scrofulous tumours, we will kindly cauterize its flesh to keep it alive, to divert it into more ignoble parts, those acrid humours that would poison the sources of life, until we shall succeed with the tonic cure of education in renewing the blood in the veins of this old invalid, and in pouring this new blood into his flesh, his bones, and his nerves, to rebuild them. This is why we still preserve the cautery of prostitution, and we wish to guard it with the same jealous care with which a physician keeps a precious wound open to save the life of a diseased organism. And believe me, O egregious colleague of the country beyond the Alps, when life shall be no longer threatened, and the organism shall have new blood, then we will close this wound too, together with many other ones which are still bleeding. We will close the house of voluptuousness, when every man will have his nest, and love will not be considered a crime any longer. There are some savage races among which prostitution is unknown, while no civilized nation is without prostitutes. On the contrary, every country, even the most moral, has the high prostitutes, and the very high, the low, and the very low. Not in all countries are prostitutes cynically named according to the price they ask for their favors, as in Persia, where they are termed the 50 tamani, the 20 tamani, etc. But everywhere a tariff is the index of the hierarchy of vice, and a scale of lechery. Alexander Severus did not want the money collected through taxes on houses of prostitution to be paid into the treasury, and Ulpian, his minister, used it for the maintenance of the theatres and the public health. With Juvenalian sagacity, the government of Brazil devotes to the regulation of vice the money received from the sale of decorations and titles of nobility. We find everywhere women who sell themselves, but we also find, to our honour, that society is everywhere ashamed of this stain, conceals and does not mention it, and a mysterious mephitic air hangs heavily over the simony of love. 1,000 muddy streamlets carry their tributes to prostitution, but at the first source the cause is one and powerful: in man an imperious appetite for voluptuousness, in woman an imperious want of bread, or licentiousness and bread at the same time. Unfortunately, woman can always sell 5 minutes of voluptuousness without love, without desire. She can sell herself with disgust in her heart and hatred on her lips, and the joy she sells is paid for according to the requirements of beauty, luxury, fashion, according to the infamous art with which she knows how to feign pleasure and counterfeit love. Procurers and procuresses hasten to the market of lechery to test the flesh of the precious victims, to fatten the lean and buy the plump for the higher bidder, and panders and bawds, keeping within the shadow of the law, conceal in the lurid or gilded prisons of prostitution that quivering herd of youth and shame. And prisoners in the same gloomy atmosphere are martyrs of love and nymphomaniacs, victims of hunger and of ignorance, fallen angels and foul demons, all the lowest strata of feminine society, all the bloody carrions of the great social battles. There, in those dark haunts of licentiousness, Man forgets how to love, loses the holy poetry of the heart and the mysterious quivers of sentiment, prostitutes the most gigantic forces of thought and affection. Without hunger he partakes of savory food. Thirstless he becomes intoxicated. Without the necessity of overcoming modesty he obtains everything, and money levels all virtues, and concedes the maddest polygamy. And there one sees the nude and chaste statue of love dragged in the fetid bog by a frolicsome tipsy crowd. Such is the love that modern civilization offers to all those 100,000 pariahs who cannot find the straw to weave the chaste nest of the family, to all those who cannot make a vow of chastity, and do not wish to deceive an innocent maiden or steal another man's woman. Our civilized society can really be proud of this. The philanthropists with their tearful dirges, the economists with their wise reflections, the legislators with their elaborate codes, can join in a chorus to sing hosannas to this stupendous solution of the problem. Either a starving family or prostitution, either children cast into the depth of misery, or faith betrayed in the house of a friend, proletariat or infamy, degradation or crime, stupendous dilemmas that crown our society with numberless horns and sow deception, hunger, and corruption everywhere. If a thick bark of hypocrisy did not cover the rotten trunk of our modern civilization, what a horrible spectacle should we behold! And when a sincere moralist or a true philosopher attempts to cut the bark away and show to us through a little fissure how deep the decay is, then we flee horrified and clamor against such impudence, such sacrilege. The government should therefore deal with prostitution as a malady to be treated, not because there is any hope of cure, but because society owes to every sick person a physician and a bed. It should not be permitted to grow, to spread, to parade its lurid sores, to cover itself with tinsel and paint, but it should be watched tenderly as in a hospital, so that in the passer-by it may awaken compassion rather than lechery. And while the state keeps a good vigil, writers and teachers should raise the level of general culture and teach the elect the paradise of chastity, which contains a treasure of delights for the future of him who waits. This, alas, the libertine will never be able to understand, and preserves for true love, which all may hope to attain, the infinite joys of a virgin voluptuousness. The sale of love should neither be proclaimed as a feast of the human family, nor officially suppressed, because it then overflows and inundates all the paths of society. It should be tolerated and pitied, as we already tolerate and pity many other maladies of our social organism. To reach this sublime goal, to hope at least to attain it, we must above all scrape off from modern love the 100 coats of hypocrisy. We must not have our children learn love as a crime in the house of vice, but immediately at the first dawn of youth they should be taught that it is a sublime delight conceded to the good and the noble, and is to be conquered in the same manner as glory and wealth. Not the chambermaid or the prostitute, but a modest and pure girl should be the first teacher of love, a woman who should teach us love before voluptuousness, to be chaste in our desires in order to possess her some day. We conceal and believe that we are able with silence to suppress the passions and suffocate the desires, but we have concealed too much and have been silent too long. In the most puritanical country in the world, England, one of the most honest and wisest physicians of London published a book that has already reached the 9th edition, in which he frankly dared assert that free love without fecundation is the only remedy against the protiform corruption that invades modern society, because of the impossibility for most of the people of morally satisfying one of the most powerful needs. This book was a distressing surprise to me. When they can write such a book as this in England and devour 9 editions, when an honest physician can calmly discuss preventive intercourse, when Malthus finds such an eloquent and daring commentator who brings his theory from the field of economy into that of morality, of hygiene, and even of religion, I believe it my duty to affirm that society is thoroughly diseased, and I say it loudly, should be cured. Yes, modern society, infected with so much prostitution and adultery, and incessantly proclaiming itself monogamous while it is largely polygamous, demands a physician to cure its sores, to cleanse it from so much degradation, to concede love's virtuous and more free, or at least less soiled with filth and lies. And this physician must be a less hypercritical and less exacting morality, but at the same time more exalted, because more human, a morality that should teach us never to separate voluptuousness from love, and that chastity is the most beautiful and holiest of joys, and the most watchful guardian of love. The elect never prostitute themselves, not even in these times, because they love, and because having once entered the paradise of love, they feel too great repugnance to descend to the mire of the simony of voluptuousness. They should exert all their faculties with all their strength, in order that the masses too may elevate themselves to the high spheres in which they dwell, and where they breathe a purer air, and call the most delicate and beautiful flowers. Section 33. Chapter 19 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This recording is in the public domain. Faults and crimes of love. If you asked 100 women what is the most common fault of love, probably the same reply will be repeated 100 times. Love is inconstant. Love is a liar. If, on the other hand, you consult the gloomy volumes in which man gathers the statistics of his crimes, you will find several columns bristling with figures indicating the large number of suicides and homicides for love. You will find no records of inconstancy, and but rarely, scattered here and there, some cases of adultery. The jurymen, then, that amorphous and chaotic mass in which every idea of right and wrong dissolves and vanishes, always deal very leniently with crimes for which the code would send the culprit to death or to prison for life, and they often acquit the man who has turned murderer for love. In none of the human institutions is such impenetrable darkness as in the field of love, where an intricate mass of reticences, contradictions, tolerations, and cruelties causes common sense to stumble at every step, and what is worse, offends and wounds the sentiment of justice. It is a written law that adultery is a crime to be punished with the gravest penalties, but in actual life adultery is the most common and most venial sin ever known. It is not only tolerated, but feted and almost accepted as a social institution. The incitement to prostitution is considered a very serious crime, but many legislators sell their daughters to a rich husband who cannot love her, never will love her, and will drive her to adultery with the force of irresistible necessity. And is this not prostitution? Man is either not worthy of the laws which he has imposed on himself, or he is rambling in a labyrinth of maniacal vertigo. He is either an arrogant blockhead or a shameless liar. Man is a little of all this, but he is chiefly a hypocrite. He proclaims solemnly to the four winds that he is a son of God, and that he inhabits the earth by chance and temporarily. Born in Olympus, he will return there soon and forever. He is a god on vacation who condescends to play and eat with the peasants, but he is winged and lives only on ideals. A moment later he forgets his proclamations, his braggartism, and shows more than ever that he is an animal of the soil. He sees the painful contrast between what he has said and what he has done, covers himself, and goes into hiding. Such is the eternal formula of his eternal contradictions. In love he lies more frequently and more brazenly than in any other case. He has supposed for a moment that love too could be just, and hence measured on the same scale as the other sentiments, and above all levelled by the common yoke of the other affections. And yet love may possess all virtues. It may be merciful, heroic, kind, generous, but it can never be just. Born in injustice, it lives on injustice, and dies of injustice. It has but one right, strength. It possesses only one weapon, arrogance. When deceived, love arms itself with an homicidal knife. I class that crime among the most inevitable effects of instantaneous hatred and natural revenge. When love is imposed as a duty on a girl, and instead of love hatred is born, instead of affection contempt springs up. I remark that love cannot be ordered for a fixed hour like a dinner, and that if infamies and bastards are born from the obscene nuptials of gold and vanity, love has nothing to do with it, because love was absent, and he who can prove an alibi is at once acquitted by the most cruel and most stubborn of public prosecutors. When I see love kill dignity, friendship, the holiest affections of the heart, when I see it breaking with furious rage the iron bars of the cage in which a cruel code of laws has imprisoned it, I quit it instantly, because love is not a wild beast that can be shut up in a menagerie, but a creature as free as air, that lives on bright light and burning suns, on the aroma of the forest and the fragrance of the meadows. You have made it hydrophobic with hunger and thirst. You have made it furious with your own violence, and you complain because the mad creature bites and kills. This is admitted to be true by universal consent, and as there is an immense inequality between what the laws require and that of which human loves are capable, men shrug their shoulders and forgive. Forgive always, forgive all, even where human justice should rise in all the solemn grandeur of its majesty to protect the most sacred rights of family and society. In the codes, love is often a crime. In the paths of life, for the most rigorous individuals, it is, at most, a weakness, a dear, a sympathetic weakness. For me, hypocrisy is a chain that ties and chokes love in modern society, and I dare affirm that the only fault, the only crime which this sentiment can commit, is falsehood. Let us begin by freeing it from the leprosy which infects, devours, disgraces it, and then we shall see what remains sound beneath in that dear, nude, and virginal love that Mother Nature has conceded us. Let us first save the life of this poor creature, and then we shall attend to the rest. We shall find out whether it has other misfortunes, whether it can commit other crimes besides that of lying. In my opinion, love is today a liar from head to foot, a liar when it swears and when it forswears, a liar when 100 times a day it pronounces the words eternal, eternity, eternally. It is a liar in law and in life. It is unfaithful, a thief, a traitor, solely because it is a liar. I may have a Scipionian mania, the fixed idea of a Delando Carthago, but if I should have to answer the questions, which are the true, the great loves, which are the happy loves, I would reply without hesitation, the sincere. All the faults of love are all lies. Almost all the misfortunes of love are the offspring of untruth. And finally, adultery is nothing but the most infamous of love's lies. What is, I will ask in turn, the only remedy for unhappy loves, the only anchor of salvation for betrayed loves? Sincerity, sincerity, nothing but sincerity. At the risk of seeing many disciples and many masters of love smile skeptically, I will say at once that woman, from the first day she loves, lies less than we do, and during the life of love she is less unfaithful than we are. Man, in his first declaration, even when quite sure that he loves, swears instantly, swears an eternity of infinite affection, while woman, more modest, more timid, more reserved, answers that she does not love yet, that she has not yet consulted her heart, that perhaps she will love. The less one swears, the less one forswears, and if a holy horror may deprive speech of some fiery accent and some amorous expansion of inebriating expressions, it nevertheless stamps it with virile dignity, which makes it blessed among women, while it gives the sexual relations a character of tender reserve and delicate serenity. Man often uses the eternal oaths as weapons of seduction, and parades them at every hour as a measure of the bottomless depths of his love. But sometimes he swears sincerely, honestly, because nothing so boldly generates eternity and infinity, as does armed desire. It is only too true, however, that the hasty and imprudent vow is a fruitful father of lies, and most fruitful grandparent of infidelity. Very few are the eternal loves, as are geniuses, Venuses, and Apollos. We all anxiously climb the mountain of the ideal, but few can get a branch or a leaf of the sacred tree. Some loves of the lower orders last years, others months. Some of them are as transient as the ephemera, for which long is the life of a day. Now, frankness can give all loves the baptism of honesty, and even a frivolous man can die without amorous remorse if his loves were all honest. He has loved much and fleetingly, but he has never lied, never betrayed anybody, never perjured himself. Sometimes lies are told through compassion, and woman, more frequently than we, striving in vain to keep alive a dying love, is loath to inflict a cruel wound on the companion who still loves her, and endeavors with a mighty effort to deceive herself and him, until through habit of hypocrisy she succeeds in feigning a love that no longer exists. And from lie to betrayal the road is short and slippery. The lie at first was merciful, then it grew into a habit, and at last became transformed into a crime. No, lovers or husbands, companions of voluptuousness or vestals of the family, never tell an untruth, even when it is suggested to you by pity. It is hard, cruel, to see the blooming tree of a happy passion felled by a sudden hurricane. Tremendous is the rending of a heart that breaks in a day under the shock of an atrocious blight. But these sorrows do not debase us, and although capable of killing, do not humiliate us. Love killed by violence remains stretched on the ground as beautiful as a thunder-struck angel, and memory weaves a wreath for him, and with the most precious aromas and balsams preserves him from putrefaction. Love killed by the lingering tales of a secret betrayal is a leper who dies in the fetidness of a hospital, a horror to himself and to the others, a corpse slowly corroded by phthisis and scrofula, leaving no trace whatever of the time when he, too, was a young and robust organism. False and cruel is the pity that causes us to simulate a love which no longer exists. No sorrow is greater than that which deception inflicts upon us. Love, self-esteem, self-love, love of ownership, all the warmest and most powerful of human affections, are pierced with 100 stabs at the same time, and the pain is so intense that it poisons all our life with wormwood and gall. How beautiful instead, how sublime is a love that, without swearing eternity or infinity, lasts eternal and infinite as long as two human hearts throb together. How beautiful is a love that needs no chains and lives on faith and liberty. To love means to be all of another. To be loved means to have become a living part of another. The lie begins when, with cynical licentiousness, the man or the woman is divided in two parts, and the body is given to one, the soul, as it were, to the other. Love is a whole that cannot be divided without being killed, and unless voluptuousness is reduced to a plain question of hygiene, one cannot love two human creatures at the same time with that sentiment which for its superiority over all other affections is called love, without betraying both. I hold in much higher estimation a woman who, after a long career of facile loves, can say, "I've never loved two men at the same time," than a bigoted matron who boasts of having never betrayed her duties as a spouse, because with wise and cautious lechery she knows how to sell voluptuousness without seriously compromising the property reserved for the husband. Lies are all infamous, but in love there are some venial and some perfidious. It is one thing to deceive an old libertine, and another to betray a faithful husband; one to lie to a frivolous coquette, another to deceive a virtuous woman. Further on we shall outline the rights and duties of love, but here we must point out the stem from which they hang, like the grapes from their stalk. Woman belongs to man, man belongs to woman. Love is the son of the most free selection. It is born when it wants, and as it wants. It appears on the plains or on the summit of the mountains. It is born nude and as free as the air. It does not ask for passports, because it passes with impunity through all the police lines. Men and women, free and pure, you should seek and love each other. Study true love, and consecrate it with the only vow that love should make when it would close itself in the temple of the family. If you truly love, if you are worthy of each other, if your love offends, no superior duty, no human force can oppose your powerful attraction, and nature and men will bless your selection. Read and read again all that I have written on the first loves. Swear seldom, never swear, if you possess this virtue. At most, swear but once, the first and last oath that will unite you in wedlock. The compact violated in the first steps of the life of love is a murder, and prepares the career of a brigand, tolerated by civilization. To betray a virgin is, in so far as the law is concerned, a question for the public prosecutor or for the mayor of your town. To betray her without dishonoring her is an anonymous infamy that poisons two existences and two loves, that leaves in you an eternal bitterness, and in the woman an eternal rancor. Love, seek, study each other, but never swear. Never lie to the maiden who at the dawn of youth demands of the first sun a ray to enlighten and warm her. There is, however, a lie in love that excels all lies, a betrayal that surpasses all others. There is a perfidiousness that outclasses every assassination, every homicide, every rape. Love with the wife of another, a crime which, protected by the law, cherished by consuetudes, feted by our infamously hypocritical customs, avoids prison and scaffold only because it takes the simple and easy precaution not to be termed adultery. To introduce ourselves into the sanctuary of a happy family, to become a friend to him whom we wish to betray, to cover him with the mantle of our benevolent protection, to seduce slowly and pitilessly the wife of another, with surprise, with 1,000 pitfalls of moral violence, to open for her an abyss into which she will fall, to acquire with the first conquest the impunity of a long series of crimes, and open in the family a large spring of gall that will poison 2 or 3 generations. To do all this without expense and without danger, these in our century are termed the deeds of astute men, the consolation of unhappy wives, and it can be done once, twice, 10 times, without the perpetrators losing either the love of women or the esteem of men. To be seized by a vertigo of the senses, to embrace publicly the wife of another, or to let oneself be seen by her husband, is called adultery, and according to the circumstances, and above all the gravity of the scandal, it means a journey to prison, or to some other rigorous penal institution. It means disgrace to one's name and to that of one's children. Modern society particularly recommends prudence. It does not want any scandal. It does not want to be disturbed in its loves, so amply polygamous, but so piously cautious. Modern civilization does not wish to behold publicly any nudity whatever. It wishes to be believed moral, respectful, and respected. It matters little, and is none of its concern, if an astute libertine spends his youth in filling families with bastards, awaiting the day when he can abandon the betrayed wives for a convenient marriage. It is a private affair with which husbands and wives should occupy themselves individually. It is recommended to do things nicely, to make no noise, to take good care of the keyholes, and listen attentively to the footsteps of those who walk in the apartments. The meshes of the law are wide, very wide. He must be more than an idiot who falls into them and cannot extricate himself. The flag of matrimony covers all contraband. To try to establish one's paternity is prohibited. The sons born of a legitimate couple are legitimate. Onward, onward. For heaven's sake, do not bother with your whims and your embarrassing declarations of foreign merchandise. The customs officers close their eyes and do not see, shut their ears and do not hear. Why are you such an idiotic crowd as to wish to awaken them with your imprudent cries? Onward, onward. The meshes of the law are wide. Bastardize families, falsify names and surnames, spread mendacity, and sow deception in all the paths of social and civil life. Disseminate lies and scatter deceptions everywhere. See to it that there shall be no wall against which to lean, no road that can be trod without injuring the foot with a sharp stone or a piece of poisoned glass. Make the name of father a senseless word, that of mother a blasphemy. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rights and duties of love. Love me, you must love me. This is a cry of sorrow that often man utters, and oftener a forsaken woman, but it generally is a vain cry. To demand love as a right is one of the greatest follies. It is like asking poetry of the slave of thought, or expecting to find the perfumes of the rose and the cedar in the frigid zones that glaciate the head and the feet of our planet. Lovers, however, have always the right to hurl into space another cry of sorrow: you must not betray me. Better to snatch from one's hand the cup of love and shatter it into 1,000 pieces than stealthily to pour into it the poison of betrayal or the wormwood of indifference. Love bursts forth spontaneously from the human heart, and draws all its beauty and strength from the infinite freedom of the horizon at which it moves. The laws that govern it are as simple as the simplest law of elementary physics: to attract, to unite, to render love for love, sweetness for sweetness, to give joy to those who give us so much joy, make happy those who make us happy. Such is its law. If love were only a contact of hearts and thoughts, if, having ascended to heaven, you have descended from it without an angel, if in your embraces you have not rekindled the torch of life, greet each other as friends, bless the happy hours that your love has conceded you, and preserve in the most precious casket, and among the dearest things, the memory of the time that is no more. Never close a day of paradise with a blasphemy or a remorse. The tears of regret for what you have lost can be the dew of a summer night that tempers the ardor of the enamored corollas, but your tears should not be cursed by a lie, a betrayal, an insult. The only right, that of not being deceived, has its counterpart in a very simple duty, that of making oneself beloved. You cannot command love, but through beauty of form, quickness of mind, voluptuous grace of movements, or virtues of the heart, you have awakened the affection of affections. If you know how to preserve it, you will be loved forever. On the very first page of every code of love, at the beginning of every gospel of two lovers, I would always write this sentence: not to be loved is always a great fault. And you will find this sentence written in 100 different forms in the pages of my book. Ask the most fortunate of women if she has not often felt impelled to reconquer a love that threatened to fly away. She jealously conceals the numberless stratagems with which she warmed the tepid, aroused the sleeping, caused the wearied to smile, made hungry and thirsty him who had the happy misfortune of overgorging himself at the banquet of voluptuousness. Man is by nature polygamous, more unfaithful, more brutal, more capricious, more licentious than woman, and it is her duty to make him monogamous, faithful, constantly tender, and modestly virile. If it is true that man attacks and conquers, it is also very true that nature assigns to woman the more difficult task of keeping the conquest, of being the vestal of that fire which man has nearly always been the first to kindle. This is perhaps the most common formula that expresses the different missions which man and woman have in love: to us to kindle the fire, to our companion to keep it burning. By all that you hold most sacred on earth, do not be so brutal as to record the embrace among the rights and duties of love. This is written in the code, and is daily repeated by those Boeotians for whom love is but the union of male and female. Voluptuousness should be inebriating foam that floats on the quivering wave of passion, and overflows and falls irresistibly into those abysses where man loses the consciousness of existence and believes in the infinite. It cannot be a feast ordered for a stated hour, much less a tribute exacted with the rudeness of a tax collector. How many delicate loves were extinguished by the sacrilegious hand of an arrogant desire, which would assume the air of command, and tread the ground with the iron boot of an alleged right? No, the embrace is not a right, and much less a duty. It is a unanimous consent of two powerful energies that seek each other through infinite space, and suavely struggling against each other, die together in an ocean of sweetness. Sincerity and fidelity, which are, after all, an identical thing, and constitute the entire code of love, should never be on the lips of two lovers, and the words right and duty should be debarred from the amorous vocabulary. Whoever loses his time in discussing the beauties of the sun, who doubts that air is necessary to live, when certain things begin to be discussed, they are already in serious danger of being lost, and if a continuous, vexatious investigation should at every hour cast the shadow of doubt upon the faithfulness of one's companion, the latter would have the right of feeling wretchedly loved, or at least cruelly loved. I do not fear sudden anger between two lovers, or the querulous and tender lamentations, but I have a deep horror of every question about right and duty. When these discourses appear on the horizon, I always see at the same time dark clouds massing. I see looming up the horns of Balzac's tawny moon. Are the rights of love equal in man and woman? No, 1,000 times no. I say so in a loud voice, and after the first white hairs and a wide experience permit me to believe that I speak without anger or love. No, the sin of infidelity is not the same in Adam and in Eve. In the latter it is 100 times greater. As a right, and before the courts, all parties are equal, but man and woman differ too greatly to be punished in the same measure. If the code is one, the jurors are 1,000. Many are the accusers, many the lawyers, and the sentence of amorous betrayal has already been pronounced by all civilized nations, and always in the same manner. This unanimous consent was not imposed by the arrogance of men who alone were the legislators before the courts and judges in the form of public opinion. No, this unanimous consent was dictated by a deep consciousness of social necessities, by a more profound and subtler justice that descends into the inmost recess of things to find the roots of that awkward and superficial justice which asserts that all men are equal before the law. How false this dogma is can be sufficiently proved by the history of the jury system, one of the institutions on which our century seems to pride itself. From man, society exacts 100 different and difficult virtues. He must give his blood for his country, and the sweat of his brow for his family, and for society. He must be strong, ambitious. He must not allow himself to be corrupted by gold or the seductions of vanity. A physician, he must throw himself into the inglorious and tremendous battle of epidemic. A soldier, he must hold his head high in the face of murderous fire. A lawyer, he must resist the temptations of gold and ambition. A statesman, he must fight against himself, against his family, for the welfare of his country. Defender of the weak, of the shipwrecked, of the poor, natural defender of the female half of the human species, and of all the individuals who are of no value to society, he is a warrior perpetually under arms, and should he neglect one of his duties, he is branded as a coward. Society despises him. Woman does not want him. Everyone ignores him. Woman, on the contrary, can be coward in the face of fire, of work, of contagion, and of all the battles of life. She can be ignorant and timorous, and still be loved and esteemed by all. For in her weakness approaches grace, and it is so sweet to us to take the faint-hearted dove to our bosom and comfort her with our courage, defend her with our strength. And even blunders are amusing when pronounced by the beautiful lips of a beloved woman. We forgive her if she very rarely reaches the height of genius, and more rarely than we attain the average height of the great intellectual minds. We forgive her if she has no profession, if she does not earn her bread with work. Of her we ask only one thing, fidelity. From her we exact only one virtue, fidelity. Pray, O most gentle and divine companions, on what side does the scale of the balance fall? Certainly not our side. Woman may be humble, ignorant, tremble at every leaf that quivers, at every wing that vibrates in the air, but she should be faithful to him who loves her. She may yield to everything, but must resist the seductions of defiant glances and the corruptions of golden vanity. She should be the heroine of sentiment, as we are the heroes of all the battles of life. She is the vestal of our heart and blood. While we are fighting in one field for her, for the name she bears, for the honor of our children, she should assiduously and faithfully watch the sacred fire of fidelity, that it may not die out through neglect or be overthrown and extinguished by the hurricane. This virtue only we ask of her. Is it perhaps too much? What is her duty then? What is the difficult struggle that shall give her also the mark of character, and make her equal to us, worthy to be our companion? If she is beautiful, we are strong. If she is graceful, we are gifted. For her we have conquered our planet, subdued the lightning, destroyed the beasts of prey, invented arts, created sciences, but neither beauty, nor grace, nor wit is sufficient for a man to deem himself civilized. There are imposed on us 1,000 dangers, on her but one, that of seduction. We are dragged into 100 battles. She has only to gain victory over the senses. From us the world expects 100 virtues, from her but one, faith. Are we then tyrants? Are we too exacting with her whom we love so much, for whom we do everything, to whom we dedicate all our thoughts, our glories, our dreams, and our labors? But there is another powerful reason for which the duties of love are differently distributed between man and woman. Man, by the special mission which his sex imposes on him, is a sudden aggressor, and has organic necessities which are unknown to woman, and which he can satisfy with the rapidity of lightning. Without losing his love, he may have a caprice more fleeting than the lightning flash, and which, once vanished, leaves behind not even a pinch of ashes. I neither praise nor justify these sudden surprises of the senses, these passing infidelities, but I describe them because I find them frequently in the aggressive and petulant nature of the virile sex. Woman instead must defend herself. Man loses a great part of energy in the tooth that bites and in the claws that firmly hold the prey. Woman draws in her horns like the snail does in the spires of its labyrinth, and languidly and voluptuously, concealed in the foam of her shell of love, allows herself to be caressed. She loses nothing in the struggle for conquest, and she is wholly consumed in the delights of letting herself be loved. Woman also may have caprices of the senses, but they are light clouds, which no sooner appear than they are dissolved in the deep azure of the skies, and do not become ardent desires until the human claws press and condense them. Woman is silent even when she desires, very weak in the attack, she is formidable in the defence, and has in herself so much energy as to stop and disarm a legion of combatants. With much shrewdness she defends her weakness every day, telling us that seductions wage war upon her from all quarters, while we are the first to seek the opportunities of sin. This is one of the most insidious sophisms, but it is also one of the weakest arguments of defence. Man attacks and assails simply because he is a man, and could not wait for the seductions to come to him without condemning himself to be a eunuch, and without inverting the most elementary and most inexorable laws of nature. Nor would a woman commit less of a sacrilege in turning from the defensive to the offensive, profaning her sex, and violating nature in that which it holds most sacred and immutable. Not in vain has nature made the human female a virgin, and denied us the sorrowful virtue of virginity. The woman who yields to the first amorous pruriency is a Messalina. The man who darts the first arrow of love is a warrior, who with wise prudence prepares the weapons for the long battle that awaits him. Man begins with yes, and I will. Woman begins and ends with no, and I will not. The sudden caprice of the senses is in her harassed by so many physical, social, and religious impediments, that she must really be more than an Amazon to overthrow them in a single dash. Everything incites man to a swift assault, which perhaps does not even bruise the epidermis of his heart. Everything defends woman from these caprices. To yield, she must have had a long struggle against nature and society. Laws and religions offer her 1,000 allies for defense, and not once in 100 times she can say, without touching the frontiers of prostitution, "I had a caprice." No one believes in the efficiency of overbearingness, much less woman herself, unless she should need this faith to justify her own sin. In love, every fault, every crime, even patricide and incest are possible, but not theft. Let woman never profane herself, nor spoil the cause, often very just, which she defends by speaking of seduction and violence. Let her rather speak of the irresistible impulse of vengeance, of the law of retaliation. Let her discuss the natural right, because there she is on the ground of truth and justice. Let her complain aloud, because in the human organism she is the left side, the weakest, the least honored, and the most oppressed. Let her demand the right to love and to be loved, but never ask equality of punishment for sins too disparate. Nor does society measure human guilt only according to the reckoning of the natural right, but the more sorrow a crime generates, and the more it offends human needs, the more severe the punishment inflicted by society. Have you ever thought of the various consequences of a caprice of infidelity, according as a man or a woman is guilty? For man, the caprice of an hour is a stain that tarnishes the bright mirror of a sworn faith, of an immaculate and sublime love. But a few moments afterward, a new kiss, more ardent and pregnant with the pungent aroma of remorse, revives love perhaps more intensely, and makes impossible for long years, perhaps forever, another sudden infidelity. The amorous caprice may be a blasphemy that breaks forth from the lips of a saint, but which is immediately deterred by a wave of holy prayer. It is the weakness of a robust runner who stumbles against a stone, but proudly resumes his way, and with energetic steps recovers the space lost 100-fold. The amorous caprice of a woman may in a single instant procreate a bastard, poison the wave of milk and honey of an entire family, sow a generation of fraternal hatreds, of infinite sorrows, overflow into a vast field, inundating everything with wormwood and gall. In man such a caprice is a stain, in woman a gangrene. In man a wound by a pin, in woman the caries of a bone. In man a leaf that falls, in woman a hurricane that fells a whole forest. In man a misdemeanor, in woman a felony. In man the remorse of an hour, in woman a monument of infamy that time will never efface. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Covenants of Love. Love is not only a voluptuousness given and returned, the interweaving and untying of instantaneous knots, but a compact between two creatures, who, after having given themselves to each other, may in a single instant have created a family, perhaps a nation. In man, love is fecundation as well, but is, above all, the interweaving of two existences, a combination of new relations, a deep modification of the manner of existence for a man and a woman. Even in the lowest races, even where morality is only interest defended by strength, and sacrifice is a folly, where phantoms of religious sentiment scarcely exist, where they bury the old mother alive, or celebrate victories and vintage with a sea of blood, even there love is bound by a compact, silent or sworn. Prostitution also is a compact that may last an hour or a minute, but is always a compact. In any case, the sale and purchase of voluptuousness cannot found a family, a tribe, a people, and even the loosest libertine and the wildest savage feel other needs than that of fecundating a female. They feel the necessity of loving a woman, and to love does not mean to unite the members of two bodies in a single knot, but to possess each other a long time, and to desire, to defend, to protect each other. It means to hold oneself responsible to nature for the weakness of one creature, and the violence of another, for the future of the being whom we have procreated together and brought into the world. Woman, when fecundated, is for 9 months weaker and more vulnerable. The woman who is in travail is a wounded creature. The woman who nurses can neither flee nor defend herself, and the man-child is for a long time defenceless and very weak. The man, then, who has loved a companion even for 1 day, becomes for a long time her friend and protector without ceasing to be her lover. This is the simplest form of the nuptial compact, which is found in many of the lower nations. While the savage female leans affectionately and confidingly on the male who has made her fruitful, he often finds himself to be a man when his companion cannot be a woman, and he then fecundates other females who are added to his possessions, and whom he protects with the same devotion and affection with which he protects and defends the first woman who was his. The very weak man can have but 1 female, or he must often do without her, because the strong men have more than one, and the very strong have many, who often dwell merrily under one roof without being in the least jealous of one another. A polygamy limited to a few females is the most common form of human society in the lower races, and our organism is so imbued with this custom that even in the highest forms of civilization, where morality and religion do not lend their valid support, monogamy slips and falls to give place to a polygamy more or less acknowledged or concealed. We, however, must occupy ourselves only with our own society, where the compact of love has but one moral form, matrimony, while it has various forms that belong to the world of pathology, namely prostitution, rape, concubinage. We have already studied prostitution. It is the sale of voluptuousness, the possession of bodies without love, the swindling and deceiving of nature, and if nature, only too often cruel, causes a new creature to be generated through a purchased embrace, that creature will enter the world with the mark of infamy on its brow, and, anonymous child of vice, will be cast by society into the most obscure corner of the social vaults, where the things lie which we wish to efface, forget, and allow to die. Prostitution is a safety valve only too necessary in our immoral and hypocritical society, wretchedly constituted, and it exists to prove with most cruel eloquence that many men cannot love, that very many men should not love. We have also dealt with rape in the house of others. Even this greatest of the crimes of love we have been compelled to discuss, secret agreement of 2 traitors who, in the shadow of a social and holy compact, violate the faith of the family and bastardize the world. Vile contract of the thief with the procurer, who assassinate in the dark and conceal the victim in the wide folds or the deep fissures of our written codes. Concubinage in many imperfect societies, and even among us, is a form of matrimony which lacks only religious and civil consecration. It is more despicable for its origin than for the nature of the compact that binds it, because if it lasted eternally, supported only by the word of honor of 2 creatures who love each other, it would be a true and proper marriage, sealed by the faith of 2 lovers. Only too often, however, concubinage has an obscure and even shameful origin. It is domestic lechery which has become a habit. It is a vulgar custom that has a periodical type, mustiness of the kitchen or stench of the hospital. Born between the Turkish babooshes and the nightcaps, between the after-dinner yawns and the advices of the hygienist, it has a tinge of prostitution and rape, but knows neither the inebriation of the one nor the pungent remorse of the other. It is a vulgar pickpocket who begs pardon of the public, and is ashamed of himself and weeps when caught in the act. It is something low, plebeian, and shameful that does not admit of public confession. It hides like a wound in the leg or a false tooth. It debases love to pygmy proportions, lowers the level of the spouse, and elevates that of the chambermaid. It is an upstart who can dress well, but smells of the stable. a despicable, often even ridiculous creature, who is merely tolerated. When one refrains from assuming all moral responsibility, when through sluggishness, ignorance, or skepticism, or for all these reasons, one abdicates the supreme primacy of husband and father, a right which not even the nude cannibal will relinquish, one becomes in modern society a sort of convict freed on parole, to whom liberty is granted on condition that he will regularly report to the police, a sort of brigand allowed at large who for lack of proof cannot be sentenced to prison. 100 times better prostitution with its degradations and vile infirmities, public opinion, laws, books should scourge and place in the pillory of ridicule and opprobrium this bastard compact of concubinage, denying it all assent, consent, and toleration. And women too, who more than the laws can be the avengers of these social degradations, should flagellate these amphibia of love, denying them caresses and esteem, and showing to them at every hour, with cruel art, how different are the voluptuous aromas of true love from the daily slop of domestic concubinage. The man of a high race who aspires to be called a civilized man should be monogamous, and cannot consecrate his love with any other compact than matrimony. Matrimony should be a very free selection for the woman as much as for the man. It should be the selection of selections, the typical selection. As long as we deny the young woman a free and wise education so that she may choose well, as long as we deny her the same right of selection as man possesses, we never will be able to elevate matrimony. The common consciousness in two creatures that they have chosen each other freely, and that they love each other without any bond of interest, any pressure of authority, of prejudice, of ambition, is the sacred cornerstone on which the most splendid temples of conjugal happiness are erected, and it has sufficient power to preserve that happiness amidst the greatest domestic storms. Neither do I believe in sudden and irresistible loves, nor in the future happiness of a married couple who, without straw to weave the nest, in the open country amid the frosts of misery, wish to erect a temple to love. No, matrimony is love, and should be nothing except love. But love is nude and wants to be clothed. Love is delicate and wants to be nourished and protected from the winds and the frosts. Love is fruitful and should have bread and wine to keep alive the little angels that will bloom in its garden. All this should be known by our young girls. Our authority should go no further than temporizing. We should never impose anything on lovers except patience, and this in itself is sufficient to cause many transient desires to vanish, while it invigorates true loves. But in any case and always selection should be free, and to prepare for it the education of our daughters should be more sincere, more frank, less hypocritical, less false. Teach your child modesty and personal dignity, and you will see that which such sentiments, the fortress you wish to guard, will very rarely capitulate. Perpetual diffidence rouses many false alarms, stirs up in many frivolous and touchy natures the desire for spite and revenge. Diffidence always in arms gives one a pessimistic idea of the virtues of mothers. Perhaps they remember how weakly they resisted temptation, and they try by every art to avoid it, instead of strengthening the forces that should defend virtue. The free selection of woman is much more important in our society, because she is not ignorant of the fact that in marriage she will find an immense liberty. Perhaps she also divines that even though she should not love the official spouse, she can still love and be loved. When a society is entirely saturated with adultery and hypocrisy, even the chaste and ingenuous maiden is dimly prescient of certain things which she dares not acknowledge to herself. Without leaving the domestic nest, she may perhaps know with what infamy a family may become sullied. She has perhaps more than once repeated to herself, "I will not sin," but I too could sin with impunity. Free selection is the best guarantee of faith. It is the only touchstone by which the true natural rights of mutual fidelity are tried. No one has the right to cast the first stone at the adulteress if she, ignorant, was dragged to the altar. No wife can be condemned if she was forced to sign the compact like a victim and a slave instead of as a woman and a lover. All these reforms, which must elevate matrimony, will be but slowly secured through the progress of education and customs, through morality strengthened by science, and not by fear, through greater respect for the liberty of woman, who must be raised from the low level where modern society has still left her. End of chapter 21. End of the book of Love by Paolo Mantegazza.